we are dead set in the center of it to be there to take care of if anything does occur. And then in the meantime, we spend our time teaching people how to maybe not get into that situation in the first place.
I was just going to say, and when we've talked about doing vessel safety checks, and we did it at Waterworks Marine a couple of months back in March, at the end of March, with their open house, and it's a vessel safety check. It's not a oh, you don't have this, and you get your little slap on the hands. No, it's nothing like that, everybody. A vessel safety check is just another set of eyes looking at all the things that you should have on your boat, or if they're on your boat, are they current? And that's what really, because you never want to be in a situation where you have an emergency, where you have to call for help or assistance, and something doesn't work. And it could be, a big, beautiful day, but you just never know. And, hey, the flares, where's your marine radio if you're going on the big lake, Lake Michigan? You need to have a marine radio on. Where are your flares? Oh, here they are. Oh, they expired about 5 years ago. And the guy goes, really? Don't throw them out, but, they expired.
People may not realize this. There are authorized versions of electronic flares that never expire that are available now.
What?
That you can have on your boat. Yeah, we'll have one on display later on today. It's an electronic flare, and it does, in fact, serve the purpose of day or night conventional pyrotechnic flares. And what a great thing. Is a little pricey to buy in the first place? Not that much. But it basically is good forever. So there's a lot of things to learn about.
Yeah, and and life. You would be surprised, and I'm sure they're going to have displays of life jackets on. The difference between a life jacket that's like what we would call a Mae West, that goes around your neck and in the front of your body. A life jacket is meant to keep you out of the water if you wind up going into the water, if you hit your head or something. That's what really it's for. I think it is, and some of these that are just a small little vest that, you could be leaning forward and you could drown with the life jacket on. But if you have the proper life jacket that keeps your head out of the water, even if you're unconscious, you're going to live. You know what I'm saying? Or hopefully.
That's correct. People find, the Mae West style vest kind of uncomfortable and uncool to look at. But that is the vest that will keep an unconscious person's head out of the water and keep them breathing until we can rescue you.
Right, exactly.
That's the best. The other ones will sort of keep you upright, and that's fine. The other problem, too, is not only having the vest on board, but it's wearing the vest. And then the other thing we like to point out to people is your vest functional? A lot of times buckles, because they're plastic and they sit in the sun, they can develop a crack in the one side of the buckle, and when you close it, it will click positively like it's working. And then when it's asked to hold you up out of the water, all of a sudden it lets go. So we like to check that, make sure that the sun hasn't deteriorated it. If the vest, and it should have, reflective tape markings, we got to make sure that they're stitched on so that we have a chance of finding it in the water. And it's a proper size vest, and certainly in the case of anything that's considered to be an inflatable vest, we want to make sure that it is serviced and still functioning, because that's a situation where it doesn't go to work until you tell it to go to work.
Exactly.
So it's a little bit dicey. So, and of course, there's other types of flotation. There are float coats. There are AECs, which are anti-exposure coveralls, that you can wear, and all of that stuff has got to be checked, got to be working. We've just reinforced our Coast Guard standards and are required, even though we're seasonal, we are required to inspect our gear twice a year. And so that means we just did it this past Saturday morning. Okay, but we're going to do it again in the fall, even though the majority of us are not going to get underway for another number of months, because a non-functioning gear is a horrible false sense of security. Oh, I'm okay. I'm wearing an anti-exposure coverall. I'm wearing a float coat. I'm wearing a Type 3, or I'm wearing an inflatable. So I'm okay. And then you find out you're not okay. And the time to find that out, there's a saying that I use in so many parts of my life and my day job.
Mm-hmm.
It'll work until it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And once again, what is the name of this event that's happening at the Coast Guard Station?
It is just United States Coast Guard Station Wilmette Harbor Annual Open House.
Right.
And it's from 10 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
And it's located on Harbor Drive in Gilson Park.
And if you have a hard time finding your way into Gilson Park because of construction and stuff, please, I'm going to ask you, don't just get frustrated and say, I'm not going to go. No, take that second and third effort if you haven't figured it out how to get into it, and go and see this with your friends and family, because I don't care how old you are, you're going to walk out of there going, gee whiz, I didn't know that. That the Coast Guard and the Coast Guard Auxiliary do all of this. They do environmental, they do, safety, they do programs, they do education. There's a way of, it's a military service. Is it Semper Paratus?
Semper Paratus.
Ooh.
Always ready. Always ready.
I got that out of my brain. I'm impressed, Tim.
Always ready. There we go. I'm even more impressed.
Semper Paratus. And, so...
It most certainly is. And the entire organization is always Semper Paratus. We train day in and day out to be.
Yes. So I thank you for all of your work, you and all the other auxiliary members and all of the members of the, actual in the U.S. Coast Guard, for not just what they do around here, but what they do all over the world, because they really are stationed all over the world. But let's get out from 10 to 2, you said?
Saturday.
Saturday. Saturday. Today.
Today.
Saturday. Today, from 10 to 2, get out there. Let's have some fun and be part of a great event.
Sounds good. I really appreciate your conducting these interviews, Chauncey. This is the 14th year that you and I are doing this.
Oh, my gosh.
12th year. I said for it, 12th year.
12th year.
That we're doing this, and I don't know, it's more than 12 times, because a number of years we were on 2-3 times a season.
Yeah.
But as you and I know, people have acknowledged our voices in the station on the day of the open house and said, hey, I heard you guys on the radio this morning, and that really means that this is getting out.
Exactly.
It isn't just the boating public; it's the public that wants to enjoy the water. It's whether it's boating or paddleboard or swimming off of the beach, whatever. We are getting the message out to them. So, my sincere appreciation for us doing this over and over again, and also for all of our years of friendship.
Yes, thank you so much, my friend. And you have a great event today, 10 to 2, right there at the park, okay?
Sounds good. Thanks, Chauncey.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors. Waterworks Marine at 186 6th Street, South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills is celebrating with 2 great programs. One is the Lund Bonus Days to get a certificate for $500 on the purchase of a select 2025 model with a Mercury outboard. Or check out the Lowe's Set for Summer Sales event and make your summer fun one you won't forget. Find that durable, trusted low that you've been dreaming of with a Mercury outboard with the best sale of the year that ends May 31st, and you can save up to $4,000. So whether you're looking for a new Lund or Low powered by a Mercury outboard, or you want a fun certified used boat from Waterworks, call them at 708-798-9700 or stop by at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or go online to waterworks.com and get ready for a summer full of fun on the water with Waterworks Marine.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the 2 words every fisherman loves to yell is Fish on! And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on! Chauncey's Great Outdoors is brought to you by Waterworks, the #1 Lund and Lowe dealer in the Midwest, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Midwest Outdoors, the magazine for the true Midwest sportsman, MidwestOutdoors.com. Paul's Pizza and Hot Dogs in Westchester at 31st and Wolf Road. GP Italiano, a true family Italian restaurant or a restaurant just for you and that special person at 11 South LaGrange Road in LaGrange, Illinois.
You gone fishing?
How do you know?
There's a sign upon your door. Gone fishing.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors on ESPN AM 1000 in Chicago.
Where you left a row half done, you claim hoeing ain't no fun.
I can prove it, though.
You ain't got no ambition.
Gone fishing. I love that song. Oh, is it so much fun to listen to. Hey, everybody, it's the Chaunce. Welcome back. This beautiful day we're going to have today. It's just cool and crisp. I'm not an 80-degree plus kind of guy, I kind of like it below 80, 75 is perfect, 72 is like, heaven, and if we're talking 65 to 68, I'll do anything. Hey, let's get into some fishing reports because that's very important here, and once again, this Aiden Fishing Report, my grandson, is sponsored by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Aiden says, Papa, Dad said he and other buddies took one of their boats out and had a good day of fishing. I was in school while they were out fishing. And then he's got a sad face. The fish, he said, were spread out a little bit more. They were fishing from 40 feet out to 100 feet of water. And this is in the South Haven area. Anglers were catching coho salmon and Chinook salmon. The fish were caught on spoons and small crankbaits. Pier anglers reported some fish, but nobody caught a perch anywhere. Uncle Tom fished the St. Joe area and said he did pretty well. The boats were mostly fishing 40 to 70 feet of water and got some good catches were reported. He took a couple of fish that were even beyond 100 feet of water. Rented teeth today. Spoons are the most successful lure, he said. Pier anglers did catch a few coho salmon and a couple steelhead, but not a lot. Anglers used shrimp and aleways fished under bobbers off the pier. Once again, no perch. Where are they? In your freezer, Papa? Well, they were. I ate them, Aiden. And the Aiden Fishing Report is brought to you by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Matter of fact, Wayne LeBear and I and Tom Palmisano and a couple other people are going to the Piscateers Wild Game Dinner this afternoon. I'm looking forward to that. It's absolutely the most unbelievable smorgasbord of wild game that you could ever imagine in your life. It is really something to just shake your head and go, ngang, ngang, ngang. All right, let's talk a little bit more about fishing reports because we've got a little more time here today for some odd reason. Cook County Forest Preserves, all I can tell you is I know one year I said I was spanking a salmon, but, man, I am tickling. I'm tickling the bluegill right under their little pectoral fins. Ooh, oh, yeah, baby. Oh, man. and we are catching tons of good-sized bluegills, crappies, and their crappies are almost black. They are so dark. It's got to be a spawning color. I mean, I caught them. I went, geez, I said, somebody dip them in ink. They were almost that black. You could see some white in them, but I mean, it just were beautiful fish. We threw them all back, I thought about keeping a couple for dinner, but, I'm still eating salmon from my trip out with Captain Tony. Bussy Lake action for walleye and bass, small muskie, and bluegill were taken below the main dam. That's right. Right below that main dam. Water's not that deep, but those fish all kind of hang below the main dam, below the dam that went over the dam. So that's a good place to start with. And try not to spook the fish because they can see you if you see them, all right? Main Lake has largemouth bass been hitting plastics and crankbaits in less than 8 feet from shore. Tampier Lake crappie were off the fish cribs and the cats and bullhead on chicken livers and night crawlers. Largemouth bass close to shore, along with those bluegills mixed in. Axehead Lake, bluegill and bullhead on worms. Skauke lagoons, bass, bluegill, and small crappie for the shore anglers for them. And this past Thursday, 2 days ago, it was the IHSA sectionals, not the regional, sectionals, I think it's called. They changed it up this year. I have to teach myself which one it is again. But they were at a lot of lakes throughout the state of Illinois, and they had some. We're going to be talking about it next week and some of the size catches. I mean, there was a 15-pound 5-fish limit brought in to the main pool at Bussy Lake on Thursday. I stood there and looked at this. I mean, I was like, nang. It was just unbelievable. Hey, Captain Tony has been out on the water. He's been chasing some nice salmon, working a little bit harder for him. The fog is absolutely scary out there. And what I mean by that is when you're out there when the lake is all foggy and just thicker than pea soup, the big boats are running off their radar. But and I'm not trying to be nasty to my friends that are all the recreational boaters, but there are some recreational boaters out there who are zipping through the fog at wide open. And if we can't see you, you can't see us. And, they're calling on the radio. You should have a marine radio on your boat if you're on a big body of water like this. And you'll hear, hey, little boat, at this point, I'm on your left. And these zipping. And it's all safety. I'm not yelling that they're doing anything wrong except flying when it's so foggy. You've got to be careful out there in the fog. You got to be careful anytime. But pea soup. Tony says, well, the break wall's right over there. I couldn't even see the break wall. And go, how do you know it's there? Go, it's on the radar charts. Oh, okay. It was, and then we got closer and there it is. But it just was amazing to see out there. And he's still catching salmon. He is still spanking the salmon out there like you wouldn't believe. And as a matter of fact, myself and thousands of other people would like to wish Captain Tony and his family a tremendous amount of love and sympathy on the death of his brother, Dominic Bovenzo, from Aurora. He passed on the 13th, and their funeral is today. And Captain Tony said, but I'm going to be out fishing on Sunday because that's what my brother would want. Good guy. My sympathies to you and the family, Tony, for Dominic. Lake Michigan, perch season's closed, folks. It's still close to June 16th. I know they say to 15th, but it's to the midnight of 15th, so 11:59. Shore anglers are getting coho, rock bass, and a few pike in the harbors near weeds. Important, that one. Trollers are reporting that dense fog on the big lake. Charters are watching the radars, as I just mentioned. Salmon action's fair to good. Tony's doing quite well, as well. Some of the other people are doing quite well. But you just have to be careful out there. And we started redoing the Facebook fishing report for everybody since our good friend Dale Bowman is no longer doing a Wednesday fishing report. Too many people called me up and said, Chauncey, put that fishing report back up there that you pulled together. So that's what I did. Okay, Dave Dewey, our friend up in Wisconsin, and hey there, my friend. He was talking about Delavan Lake, one of my favorite spots. He said the yo-yo weather has been constant factor for the past week. It looks like stable weather is coming later in the week, which will help fishing tremendously. That means this weekend, folks. Largemouth bass are in the shallows, 3 to 4 feet of water. Best location is on the west end of Viewcrest or Highlands Bay. Fish are being caught on green pumpkin or root beer-colored Senko. I wonder if there's a Filbert's root beer colored lure. Okay. That's an old soda on the south side of Chicago. Walleye pike fishing has been pretty much average, nothing to get excited about, but it should be getting better. Bluegill have been very good near the outlet dam or in the channels, such as Browns, Viewcrest, and Highland. Crappie have been good in the mid-range weeds. That's an important thing he said to look at. On Lake Geneva, he said, due to cool spring, fishing on Geneva has remained slow. And I mean slow. It ain't happening. Smallmouth bass are starting to turn on, which is a good sign. They're suspended out about 12 to 15 feet of water. Crappies have been hit and miss right now. One day they're on, one day they're not. One day they're by the boat docks, one day they're not by the boat docks. So you have to figure that out and where you want to go and what you're going to check out and do there. The Lake St. Clair smallmouth bass fishing in Michigan has also been reported slow, but anglers had fair performances in the Ford's Cove and Metro Beach area for those that love going to St. Clair fishing for smallies. And there's some muskie out that way to think about. Lake Erie, portion of the state of Michigan, walleye fishing has improved this week from last. Anglers are catching them in 20 feet of water east of the DTE coal power plant. Those trolling with nightcrawler harnesses had the most success for most of the anglers there. That's a big important thing to talk about there. We got that. Oh, next week is the restaurant show in Chicago, and you're going, Chauncey, who cares? No, that's a really cool thing to go to. But the thing about it is that I wanted to make sure that you knew is the state of Illinois is having a big promotion on the Kopi, what used to be called Asian carp. They really do taste good, people. You got to think of it. It's not a bottom-eating muck. They swim through the open water. They're not sitting on the bottom. And they're eating plankton, zooplankton, phytoplankton. And it's like they're eating grass just like a cow does. And everybody that I've served Kopi to has gone, my God, this is really good. So, let's not just say, we're not going to do that because it's not going to taste good, Chauncey. It really is. That's Kopi. My friends, Eric Anderson is right now doing a lot of work with the federal government because that northern third of the lower peninsula and the upper peninsula of Michigan is still being put back together after the big ice storms that they had. It's very, very dangerous up there. You got to be careful. And you know what? Today is not just in Indiana, but across the country. No, it's not that. It's Parks Day. That's right. Saturday, May 17th. It's National Day of Outdoor Play, designed to connect kids and families with local, state, and national parks. That means grab your grandchildren, their friends, everybody in your household, and just go to the park. Leave the electronics at home. Enjoy a day, wander around, see what's happening out there. You're going to have a good time. Just put a little windbreaker on. It's a little cool out there. The wind's out there, all right? Oh, wind's playing, so we got to start the flute here. And I'd like to leave you with the Native American proverb, and this one goes for my friend Apensui Majawat in memory of Captain Tony's brother, Dominic. When you mention the name of someone around a campfire, their spirit will rise with the smoke, and they will never be forgotten. When you say the name of somebody who has passed around a campfire, their spirit will rise with the smoke, and they will never be forgotten. Please remember, we don't own the woods, the rain, the storm, the fish we catch, the salmon we're eating, the bass I'm going to be catching in 1 hour and 5 minutes. We're borrowing it all from our children's children. We'll see you next week, right here, Memorial Day weekend, live on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Take care, everybody.
Boomers fans, because it's game day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Don't miss today's special Step Up to the Plate for Kids matinee game. First pitch is at 3 p.m., presented by Westside Children's Therapy. Then tomorrow, it's the oh-so-popular Bark in the Park with pregame catch on the field and postgame autographs. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You mean to tell me that you went home and swiped a ball that was signed by Babe Ruth, and you brought it out here and actually played with it? Yeah!
Are you one of those people that has to know how much the Babe Ruth ball is actually worth?
I was gonna bring it back, but it was signed by Babe Ruth! Yeah, you keep telling me that. Who is she?
We'll keep it right here because today is your lucky day.
The Sultan of Slot, King of Crap, the Colossus of Cloud, the Colossus of Cloud, Babe Ruth!
It's time for Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, sponsored by ERC Delivery and Huggins and Scott Auctions.
The Great Bambino!
Happy Saturday morning. I'm Tom Morgan with Robert Edward Auction President Brian Dwyer, Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery. Our producer this week is Charlie Bevins, and we'll be joined around 7:25 by the unbeatable Nancy Huggins and Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond for this week's episode of Which Ended Higher. And Vince, I have a quiz for you coming up that I predict you will not get correct.
Oh, the pressure you keep putting on me every week, Tom. It's the pressure.
Whenever it's a thing that I took in an item and I didn't know what it was, but it looked like it was really old, and I'll fill in the details on it. And it turns out it's going to be a lot all by itself in the summer auction for Huggins and Scott. So I'll fill in on that one. Meanwhile, Brian, we've got auctions running. The current Robert Edward auction, the May auction, bidding ends tomorrow, and the Huggins and Scott spring auction started on Thursday and ends May 29th. So a lot going on for you guys, Brian.
Absolutely. Busy time right now, but plenty of items to choose from, about 4,500 between the two auctions.
Wow, and some big-time stuff. Okay, now for the Robert Edward auction, bidding ends tomorrow. We had talked about the Ty Cobb 1915 Cracker Jack number 30 PSA 6, a high grade for that card. I looked yesterday, it was at 34,000. Today, 38,000. I guess there's going to be some strong late bidding on that one. And
the beauty of the auction, it can only go up.
Yeah, that's true. Then we've got the 52 Topps rookie Willie Mays, number 261 in the REA auction. SGC 5, that's at 7,000. Kind of like this one, a Jim Brown signed 1958 Topps rookie PSA DNA slabbed authentic. That's at 1,250. You got a few of these 1941 double play cards. This one, Joe DiMaggio with Charlie Keller, PSA 5. If you don't know who Charlie Keller is, the Bulldog's going to fill us in after Which Ended Higher. That one's at 675. You have quite a few of those, Brian. Can you tell us about that 1941 double play set?
Yeah, it's interesting in that it's 2 players per card. Each has half of the card. Most of them are horizontal. There's a couple in the set that are vertical. But it actually has a tremendous amount of stars in it, and each of the biggest stars, DiMaggio and Williams, have multiple cards. So really good player selection, not that common. From an era where there weren't a lot of cards made, 1941, right, leading up to during the war. So we've got a nice selection, like you said.
That might have been the last regular set that they made, before World War II, and then it was a while before there was anything else. So that'll be interesting to see how those go. Kind of cool cards, kind of different. Now, in the Huggins and Scott auction, the bidding has just begun, but there's lots of bids already. There's a PSA 2 Mickey Mantle 1952 Topps rookie, number 311, already up to $18,500. And if that's already getting out of your price range, there's a 1953 Topps Mickey Mantle number 82 PSA 3.5. That's at $1,950. Bidding ends on the Huggins and Scott auction May 29th. So lots of time for these items. There's the golfer Bobby Jones, 1933 Sport Kings card number 38, PSA 5. That's at, I believe, $1,950 already. That's Bobby Jones doing well. And then there's a few gold coins. This one's an 1895 Liberty Head $20 gold double eagle coin is up to $2,200. So Americana Steve must have been busy racking in the coins. Then this was a couple things that I sent in for people. This is kind of a cool card. Hank Aaron 1994 Topps Archives. It's a 1954 reprint gold autograph card. So it's actually signed by Aaron. Kind of tough to get that one at the time. The card got a PSA 8 and the autograph a 9. So that's at $160. I would think, now, Brian, what do you think about Pete Rose cards now that there's a chance that he's going to be able to get voted into the Hall of Fame after this last week where they announced that? Do you think that's going to help his? I mean, he's already traded like a Hall of Famer, but to me, it can't hurt the prices of his old cards.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. It cannot hurt his pricing. Do I think that we'll see Pete Rose cards dramatically increase? No, I don't, because like you said, he's already been trading at that level. But I think some people that... Sorry about that, I'm outside. I think some people that might not have put his cards in their collection may be forced to because they're completists. And if he gets into the Hall of Fame, you might have an increased buyer pool. So it'll be interesting, but certainly a big decision from MLB.
That's true. That's a good point. Like for me, I collect Hall of Famers that graded PSA or SGC, but I already had one kind of sit. I figure, well, even if he doesn't make it, to me, he's a Hall of Famer, so I had one anyway. But yeah, there's other guys that probably they're going to have to pick stuff up now. I sent in a Rose rookie that Randy sent out for grading. It got a PSA 3, I believe, and that is at $350. So we'll see how that goes. Now, I talked about the Wilt Chamberlain rookie from 1961 Fleer. That got a SGC 2. It has creases on the front that aren't that noticeable. Like, the centering's so good for that year. It still, the card looks good. It got an SGC 2. That's at $1,400 already. So we'll see how that ends up. But it's always good to, when you get something, you send it in for people, and it gets a grade that's a good, solid grade for that card. It helps the value, that's for sure. Like, don't you think a card like a Wilt Chamberlain rookie, if you're going to sell that, you almost have to get it graded first?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the way that the card prices have gone, the Chamberlain rookie is $500 or more in any grade now. And at that level, people want the assurance that grading brings with it. So we're submitting them in any condition. The one that you mentioned that you sent in is actually one of the most bid on and watched items in the auction already in the first 48 hours.
Yeah, that's something. I thought it did seem like it had a lot of bids already. I was like, whoa, that's kind of nice. So that'll be interesting to see where that goes. Now, I picked up another small group of items. Okay, this leads to the quiz for Vince. Okay. There was a book written about this guy, Hall of Famer, managed the Tigers from 1907 to 1920. And he was known for when he coached now he was a Hall of Fame player before he managed and coached, but he was known for when he coached third base. He would yell a lot of things, but E-yah, E-E-dash-Y-A-H, he would yell constantly while waving his arms over his head and standing on one leg.
Jeez.
Who is that, Vince?
You know, I really don't know, but I'll just take a guess. How about Charlie Grimm?
No, that's not a bad guess. It's Huey Jennings. You know, and I think he might have even had one of those sporting news supplements where he's standing with his arms up and on one leg. And I was like, I wonder why they would have had him in that pose. But the reason I'm bringing this up from the listener, I met a listener who had emailed, and he had a few 1936 cards. He had the R312 National Chickle cards of lower grade, but Joe DiMaggio had a cool card with Honus Wagner and Archie Vaughan on it. I like that card a lot. One with some Cubs infielders on it. He had a fine pens, Rogers Hornsby, but he also goes, "What do you think of this?" And he had a pin back. What do they call them? A pin back where there's a pin on the back. It's like a medal or a pin, whatever. And it said EE-YAH. And I'm like, and it looked like it's probably from the 20s or 30s. So I'm like, well, let's send it along. They'll send it back to you if they don't think it's worth anything. But Randy actually thought that could be pretty good and was going to start it at $100 and thinks it's going to get some bids. So I was pretty excited about it. Huey Jennings, he has a book about him, E-yah, The Life and Times of Huey Jennings. And he was a good player, shortstop and first baseman from 1893 to 1902, basically is 162 game average, 312 with 2 homers, 106 RBIs, 125 runs, 45 steals. So he was probably a fast leadoff type. Pretty interesting. I like learning about the old players, just that type stuff about them. And I'm glad I sent that in. Brian, have you ever seen one of those? Or are you like, why did he send that in? Or what do you think about that?
No, I mean, I think your intuition was right. It's something that you don't see all that often. It's old and it's tied to a Hall of Famer. Jennings is actually pictured on a number of cards in that kind of, you think he's doing Simon Says. He's jumping on one foot. He's got both hands in the air.
Yeah.
He's very animated. So, no, I think that was a good call.
Yeah, I thought and these were his grandpa's cards, I think, and it was in with the cards. So I'm thinking this has to be. I didn't know the E-yah story with Huey Jennings, but I was very familiar with Huey Jennings. So when I heard that that's what it was, if I had known that in advance, I'd have sent it for sure. But I just thought this has to be something. So that'll be interesting how that goes, and it's a good story. So
that story, Tom, matches you perfectly.
Yeah, one of the regular customers that I had at Triple Crown when I had a store in Naperville for over 30 years. I closed the store in 2021 in November, but some of the customers still keep in touch, and one of them sent me a picture. I remembered him pulling this card. He got a Jordan 2012 Upper Deck Exquisite UD Black autograph card, North Carolina jersey autograph, number 12 of 75. And he had been always talking about, he got to get that graded. I'm going to get it graded at some point. He said, finally got it graded, and he got a PSA 10 card, 10 autograph on that, which a 9 had sold, I think, for $5,500 or something recently. So a 10-10, that's going to be something else. And I was just thinking, it was number 12 of 75. Did you know that for one game, Michael Jordan wore number 12 in a game? You know the story about that one?
No.
Okay. Apparently, they were going to play Orlando. They went to Orlando in 1990, and Jordan's 23 jersey was stolen. So they didn't bring a backup number 23. They couldn't find anybody that had the right size that had a 23 jersey in the stands. So the only jersey they had that would fit him was a 12 that they brought for unexpected situations. And he actually has a card. I think it was BJ Armstrong's card from like Hoops, where you can see Jordan wearing number 12 is battling for a rebound. Yeah. So I thought that's kind of interesting for that card. It doesn't hurt. One of those things might not be a help to it, but it sure doesn't hurt having something like that.
Doubt.
So I thought, wow. And getting a 10 and a 10 from PSA on a big Jordan card like that. Brian, that'd be a great auction item, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, anything Jordan is always popular, but those on-card autos from the 90s and 2000s, they take it to another level. So, yeah, 10-10, that's a big deal. Like you said, the 12 won't hurt it. That'd be a really cool piece to feature.
Yeah, real fun. I think he had that to trade a couple of times, but he's like, I don't know, why would I trade? I go, I don't know, what are you going to trade it for that you're going to like that's better than a Jordan autograph? I don't think he had another Jordan autograph, so I'm glad he kept it. I'm glad he finally got it graded, and I'm glad he got a 10-10. So it's always good to hear from the old customers, and anybody it's always good to hear from listeners. So if you're a listener and you want to send items, I've been getting a lot of Gmails, tcrowntom@gmail.com, and I'm meeting another guy that has a collection that we're going to send in. So, and the guy that had the 36s, he actually has, and speaking of Jordan, he has over 30 of Jordans that he was a printer. These are newsstand copies, the Sports Illustrateds. And when he got them, he put them in plastic and didn't read them. So Brian, a lot of people have Jordan Sports Illustrateds, but there's not a lot of people that have Jordan Sports Illustrateds. The newsstand copies don't have the mailing label on them. Those are the ones that are gradable and really do the best, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can find a newsstand copy in a high grade, that's going to really ratchet up the value. So that could be interesting depending on which copies he has.
Yeah, I think he has pretty much all of them. So it'll be interesting. He's going to send pictures, and I'll send some pictures to Randy and, make sure it is what he says. But it sounded like he knew what he was doing and knew what he was talking about. So that could be something that we end up sending a few in for the... Now, Brian, did you hear anything about PSA possibly starting to grade magazines?
Yes. I don't know their timeline, but I have seen prototype holders for magazines. That's a big area of collecting that's on the rise. So I do believe that is something that they'll start here, maybe in conjunction with the National or shortly thereafter.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they price things. I don't even know what a magazine costs to get graded, but how their pricing will be in relation to CGC, and if the competition causes better pricing and maybe higher values on some of the things. To me, for magazine collectors, it's probably a good thing. So we'll find out what happens. It's a good point. Maybe they'll announce something around the Nationals in Chicago this year. So some more before we get to the end. A couple more items. The Robert Edward auction ends tomorrow. Bidding ends tomorrow. Brian, they can still get lined up with you to get in there and bid?
Yeah, we're taking registrations all weekend. You have until 9 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow to place your qualifying bid. So if you poke around the website, which is free to do, and you decide that there's something you want to bid on, you can sign up at collectrea.com and participate.
Some at the Robert Edward auction at Gordie Howe 1954 Topps. I love the looks of that set. SGC 6, that's at $1,350. Nap Lajoie 1911 Turkey Red SGC 3. Those are the cabinet cards, 5 3/4 by 8 inches, $1,350. That's a neat set. A lot of neat stuff, Brian. We're already at the end of another segment for you, but you're going to have a busy week between REA ending tomorrow and the Huggins and Scott auction going for a couple of weeks. So have a good week, and we'll talk to you next Saturday.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks. Thank you. And Vince, now, are you going to have a year for us for the third segment to look up?
I definitely will. It fits in with the theme of the show so far.
Okay. So maybe what I'll do is if we have the year, if we have items from both, I'll read a couple auction items from the current auctions from both REA and Huggins for that year. So now after the break, we'll be joined by the Bulldog and Nancy Huggins. So hang in there. We'll be right back.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of two legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
Feel the boom, Boomers fans, because it's game day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Don't miss today's special Step Up to the Plate for Kids matinee game. First pitch is at 3 p.m., presented by Westside Children's Therapy. Then tomorrow, it's the oh-so-popular Bark in the Park with pregame catch on the field and postgame autographs. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Now back to sports collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins and Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Charlie Bevins, Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond, and the return of the unbeatable Nancy Huggins from her vacation. Nancy, I got to tell you, you had a correct answer from one of the subs, but then last week you lost the point. They doubled up. I don't want to throw the guy under the bus that made the
I know
pick,
who it was.
but I will tell you,
it
it rhymes with Americana Steve.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah. Yeah. Right. I know who it was.
Okay.
Great way to come back, I'll tell you.
Yeah. So anyway, you basically it was like you didn't have anybody on for you. Mark Potash did get you one, but
good.
Yeah. Okay. So it's the Bulldog, amazingly enough, he's not going out on limbs. He's got 5. He's hanging in there tough. You think you can hold on, Mr. Drummond?
I thought I had a lock last week. I took JFK on that, and it was FDR that was the winner. If you recall.
That's right. And nobody picked FDR. There's been a couple of weeks lately with no winners. So let's see if we can turn that around this week.
Right. Nobody took FDR at all. No.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you heard me talking, but it's a good thing you're here to let us know who Charlie Keller is. Why was he on a card with Joe DiMaggio? So we'll find out after which end it higher. But now the items. Okay, they range. They're in the 6,000 to 8,000 range. Wow. So another week with some good items that have ended. Okay. First item. 1954 Mainline Publications Foxhole #1 comic with Jack Kirby, the artist, did the cover. It's the highest graded CGC 7.5, ran in a Huggins and Scott auction. I guess that Jack Kirby's a pretty big name comic book artist from back in the day. Next item, Hall of Famer Eddie Collins, 1933 Gaudy card number 42, PSA 8, the highest graded example of that Eddie Collins card, ran in an REA auction. Next item, 1999 Upper Deck Piece of History, Babe Ruth Game Used Bat card. Not graded, not slabbed, ran in a Huggins and Scott auction. And the final item, Christy Mathewson, 1909 to 1913, Sporting News Supplements, PSA 2.5, only one higher. Those are those flimsy ones we've been talking about. I had that big collection in. They're really cool looking, the Sporting News Supplements, 7 5/16 by 10 inches, that ran in a REA auction. So a lot of good items, a lot of high prices. The question is, which ended highest? And Charlie, we're gonna let you start it off.
Okay, I'm thinking that the way comic books have just exploded in the last 20 years, I'm going to go with the Jack Kirby one.
Okay, Charlie's going with the comic book. Vince?
I am actually going to go with Charlie, and I'm going to go with the comic book also. Jack Kirby.
You know what? It's where you can't get a negative, so why not go out on a limb? So now, once again, we're going to have at least one that nobody picks. It's always, you never know what's going to happen. But Nancy, it's up to you.
I think I'll go with the Mathewson, the Sporting News Supplement.
Okay. Nancy's going with the Sporting News Supplement. There's also running in, let's see, is that in the Huggins and Scott auction? There's a neat book that Christy Mathewson signed. It was a presentation edition from like 1910, and that's at $4,000 already for that book. That'll be interesting to see how that goes. But that's not running in this. So I don't want to confuse you, Mr. Drummond. What do you think of those four items?
Nancy's right on the button. I'm not going no comic books. I'm going with, like, I've done it before. Christy Mathewson, 373 wins or something like that. How you day, Christy?
So you're going out on a limb. I've just been complimenting you how you haven't been going out on a limb. You're hanging in first place, and yet there you are. So we've got two items that nobody picked. That might be a first. You think just when it's like they say about baseball, just when you think you've seen everything, the Bulldog goes out on a limb with Nancy. Okay. First item, the lowest priced item. Nobody picked it, but I was surprised how high this item went. The 1999 Upper Deck Piece of History Babe Ruth Bat card, $6,300 in Huggins and Scott auction. That was a good price. But that's the lowest of these items. Second lowest, $7,200 was the price. Very good, but Bulldog and Nancy, no luck this time. The Christy Mathewson loses you a point, Mr. Bulldog Drummond. So you still have the lead, but it's 4-3 over Nancy. Now, will Vince and the producers both get on the board in the same one? That would be another first that we've never seen it happen. Okay, the second highest priced item, $7,500 in a Robert Edward auction. Highest graded Eddie Collins Gouty card, $7,500. That gives the producers and Vince a point. Charlie, you can strut around the station this week because you got the producers a point.
I don't think I've ever gotten one.
Really?
There's a good chance I've never gotten one.
Okay, well, there you go. Now you're going to want one every time you're on. That's a thing. It's addicting getting a point and witching and higher. Okay, so now that that's over with, Bulldog, have you gotten over your disappointment? You can give us the...
No, not yet, because I think that was a low blow. You're winning these comic book guys now. I've taken top dog when I had Christy Mathewson. I can't get over that.
You know, I thought you might have even had that 1954 Foxhole comic. Didn't you have some Army comic books from the 50s?
Yeah, I had one or two of them, but I'll try to find one of them. Tell you about one of them on that. But no, I didn't. By that time, I was not collecting anything like that. Earlier, I collected comic books, but not.
Okay. All right. Now, what about Charlie Keller? Why would a guy named Charlie Keller be on a card with Joe DiMaggio?
Well, I'll tell you, most of the listeners today probably say, "Who in blazes is Charlie Keller?" He was also known, by the way, as King Kong. Now, he was not that big a guy. He was about 5'10", 190, but he's built very solidly, hairy-chested, everything like that. And that was named probably because at that time, that movie King Kong came out with Fay Wray, and it was a very popular number. They call him King Kong, but this is why, mainly why. His record, he came on board. He was always a good clutch hitter. But what really made him a national figure was the 1939 third game of the World Series between the Cincinnati Reds and the Yankees. At that time, the Yankees were in their heyday. They, you might recall, beat the Cubs 4 games to nothing in the 38 series. They're doing the same to Cincinnati. But in the third game, it's tied up in the 10th inning. Keller's at bat. He gets a single. Then comes DiMaggio. DiMaggio's up, and he slams a single out in the outfield. However, the Cincinnati outfielder, who name it, I can't recall, fumbles around with the ball, trying to pick it up to throw it in. And Keller puts on the afterburners. He's going around those bases like he came out of Hades. Ground second, keeps going. The outfielder recovers, throws the ball into Ernie Lombardi, who was a big catcher. They call him the Snaz because it's proboscis. In other words, his nose was so big. They call him the Snaz. But he's not the fastest guy in the world, but he was a powerful guy. He throws the ball to the Snaz, and Keller comes in at 99 miles an hour, and they collide by home plate. And Keller knocks the ball out of Lombardi's hands, and I think Lombardi was almost knocked out. And Keller scores. And meanwhile, DiMaggio then trots around the bases while Lombardi's on the sidelines snoring. It looked like all the cartoonists had pictures of Lombardi on the floor, on the ground. He went to sleep while DiMaggio scored. And, of course, the Yankees won the game and therefore won the series. And Lombardi was the go to that series. But because of that, so many people remember Charlie King Kong Keller, who, by the way, was himself a good hitter. He's overshadowed by the Yankees at that time by DiMaggio. But in several years, he had over 100 RBIs. He was a home run hitter. And then it started in 39. He was a rookie that year. And ended up going up to about 1950. He ended up with Detroit, but he had two problems. Number one, he was in the military for a while, took part of his career out. And then he was hampered by back injuries. And so Charlie then retired and began raising horses. He was a graduate, by the way, which was rare back in the 30s, of a college graduate playing in baseball. He was a graduate of the University of Maryland. He was an agriculture major at that time. And when he did retire, finally, he did go back and sort of a rural deal, raising horses, and he died was around the turn of the century, as I recall. But
One
Charlie Keller was
addition-
quite a guy.
One addition to this story, I was talking about that 1936 collection of National Chickles that I picked up, and I tweeted or posted on X a picture of some of the cards, and there's a cool photo with Honus Wagner and Archie Vaughan, the Cubs infielders, Joe DiMaggio. Up in the corner, it's Ernie Lombardi. I thought I just went back to look at it.
No hamburger. His record, he hits over 300 sometimes, if I recall.
I kind of have Lombardi kind of chopped off. You can see his arms in the bat, but he didn't make the full card for the picture. But I thought, Ernie Lombardi, I think he was in that group from 36.
He could have been. He was a big guy, but that he was called a go to that series. He was considered like Mickey Owen was for Brooklyn in '51. He was the one that blew the series. Actually, it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway. The Yanks won the next game, and it was 4 games to nothing as usual, a rout. And by the way, Keller did play through 1952, but as I say, he was hampered by injuries at the end. I think he finished his career with Detroit. But nobody will ever forget that 1939 World Series game. They're real base Diamond fans, and the fact that Keller was a very dangerous hitter. Several years he had over 100 RBIs and quite a few home runs. So he was it was not a one-time deal. He was a very good hitter. Very good.
Very good. Well, now it's time for a break here. After the break, Vince, do you have a year that we're going to talk about?
Yeah, I'll be giving it after the break.
Okay, very good. And then we've got the Bulldog. Nancy, you going to hang on, or you got something going today?
Well, I got my granddaughter's 3rd birthday today, but I can hang on for the rest of the segment.
I just had our grandson just turned 4 a couple days ago, so there you go.
Oh, and by the way, my dad turned 96. So that's why I wasn't with you guys last weekend.
Oh, happy birthday to your!
Awesome.
Is your dad listening today?
No, I'm back in Maryland. I was with him all last week. So
well, wish him happy birthday for us.
Thank you. I think that means that John's not far behind.
No, not a few months probably.
Yeah.
I'll try to catch up. I don't think I can.
Okay, well, very good. After the break, we're going to find out Vince's year, and we're going to talk about some auction items from that year, and we have other fun stuff. I've got a question about why the White Sox would move the infield in on the 2nd inning of a game. We might get to that. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Yes, the dreaded slice. Time for a little practice. No better place to hone your skills than at Golf Center Displays. 80 bays across 3 tiers with an automated tee-up system that lets you hit onto 300 yards of targeted turf. No need bending over, just focus on your swing. Their renovated facility boasts new range turf, new carpet, and new hitting mats, ensuring you will have the ultimate golfing experience. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Apt is celebrating 89 years. Enjoy the beautiful weather with the new grill or griddle for your outdoor space. Explore a wide selection of Traeger pellet smokers, Napoleon grills, Komodo Joe charcoal grills, and portable grills. Don't miss the new Weber Slate griddle and Weber Smoke pellet smoker. Whether replacing an old setup or building a new outdoor kitchen, Apt has everything needed to create the perfect space. With free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop at Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private feel, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole.
Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey football fans, the Mick Ultra Foosball Tournament is hitting Chicago this weekend. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, is inviting all Fire fans to watch the Fire game and compete in the May 17th Foosball event. Get to AJ Hudson's at 6:30 p.m., watch the Chicago Fire match, play foosball, try to win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and enjoy Mick Ultra. The search for Chicago's best foosball player is happening. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Get to AJ Hudson's on Saturday, May 17th at 6:30. Play some foosball and enjoy ice-cold Mick Ultra. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Charlie Bevins, Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond, and the unbeatable Nancy Huggins. We've got one more segment to get you to the end of the show. And Vince, what year do you want to look up?
So we're going to go with the theme of pressure. The quiz is which ended higher puts pressure on us, but I think that pressure pales in comparison to Roger Maris going to for breaking Babe Ruth's record of 60 homers, battling Mickey Mantle all year to see who could get there. The stress was overwhelming. He lost his hair. Yeah. Many people were rooting for Mickey Mantle, but Maris won out with 61 in 1961, so that's the year this week.
I hope nobody's been losing their hair over which ended higher.
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm going to look up 61 for Huggins and Scott, look higher to lower, and also for Robert Edwards. Now, this is interesting. Oh, this is very interesting. You know, I've been talking about the 1961 Fleer Wilt Chamberlain rookie that I sent in. Okay, it had creases on the front, but really well centered. So the eye appeal was good. It got an SGC 2. That's at $1,400 in the Huggins and Scott auction that ends on the 29th of May. When you go to the Robert Edward auction, there's a Wilt Chamberlain SGC 2 there also. But it looks like the reason it got a low grade, it had a horrible cut. It's miscut. And when you look at them, right, they both have SGC 2s, but the one in the Huggins looks so much better. Look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. The centering, you know, just you don't notice the creases when it's further away on the Wilt. On the well-centered one, and then you look at the other one way off-center, it's like, wow, what a difference. There's a cool thing in the Robert Edward auction that's low price right now, but if you like Hall of Fame autograph cards, especially rookie versions, NBA Hall of Famer Sam Jones has a signed rookie card in there, authentic auto, PSA, DNA slabbed. It's only at $150, so check that out. So 1961, and everybody now, which ended higher? Let's not get too tense with this. We don't want anybody losing their hair over this one.
Has shifted, though. I feel like me and the producers, I think we're going to win again next week, and Nancy and John, you know, good luck, but we're going to tighten things up.
All right, Vince. I think Vince is trash talking a little there. He gets the first win under his belt. Okay, here we go. Okay, now what did I want to get to next? Okay, real quick. Okay, we don't do hockey very often, quizzes or anything, but this is an interesting one. I had mentioned that in the REA auction, there's a 1954 Gordie Howe card, Topps Hockey. Great looking set, actually. It's SGC 6, 1350. I looked up Gordie Howe's stats, and I thought I don't remember them showing this on stats before, but they show how many game-winning goals each person had. Gordie Howe had 121 game-winning goals in his career. Now, my question, did you think that ranked the highest all time? Or where do you think he ranked? And if he didn't rank first, who did in your mind? Anybody want to make a guess? No?
I would say that's got to be up there in the top few. Maybe lower scoring games back in the days, closer games, and maybe that's pretty high up there, maybe top 5.
He is top 5. Third place overall with 121 game-winning goals. First place is the same guy who just broke the record for career goals scored. Ovechkin has 136. Second might be a surprise, Jaromir Jagr, 135. Oh. And Gretzky's...
How about Bobby Hull? I know he was in the top because he went to Winnipeg, but...
Well, this is interesting, too. Brett Hull was 5th, tied for 5th with Teemu Selanne, 110. I think Bobby Hull was close behind there, but 4th was Phil Esposito, 118. Gretzky's not even in that top. Wow. I was really surprised with that.
Remember, though, Tom, Bobby Hull, over financial considerations, dropped out of the Blackhawks as his prime and went over to a new league. So some of his best years was not with the Hawks in the National Hockey League, with somebody else. It didn't count.
That basically killed me following the Blackhawks. I couldn't even believe they let him go. He was so exciting to watch. That was that was a killer at the time. So, but anyway, we move on. You got to move on from stuff like that. I was looking in the Huggins and Scott spring auction. Bidding ends May 29th. They have a 1986 Mets World Series ring that was awarded to Mike Cubbage, former player who at that time was actually the AA manager in the Mets system. Mike Cubbage died in 2024, actually. But that's at $5,250 for, that 86 Mets win over the Red Sox. That was a classic World Series. That's a big ring to have, even if it wasn't an actual player from that team. They also have a Mike Cubbage 2019 Washington Nationals World Series ring. He was assistant GM. No bids on that one. They have a pretty high minimum bid. Nancy, was Washington Nationals, are you a fan of them? Were you excited they won, or did you not care?
Well, at this moment, I haven't been paying attention, but I like the Orioles over the Nationals unless they're playing the Cardinals. Then I like the Cardinals.
Okay. Is that because of Stan Musial?
And the poor Orioles are not doing very well. So
yeah, what happened to them? They were highly ranked going into the year. They're terrible.
I know. They're just kind of pooping out. I listen to all the ladies out front here, and they're all upset.
Speaking of terrible... Okay. the Cubs White Sox. The Cubs have a great hitting lineup. Pete Crow Armstrong. Actually, this is another thing that's kind of interesting. Yesterday's Cubs Sox game, out of all those games, was the first one that each team had a guy with 4 hits or more during that game. Pete Crow Armstrong, I think, had 5 hits, and Vargas for the White Sox 2 homers and 4 hits. But here's my question. There's 2 questions. Okay, the reason you don't bring the infield in the second inning of a close game is so the game doesn't get out of hand. And this was the perfect example of it yesterday. You got a good offensive team with the wind blowing out at Wrigley Field. If they had the infield back, they probably would have given up maybe 1 run in the inning, possibly 2. Instead, first off, they had the Vaughn make the dumb play to try to throw home. It was too late. Yeah. Then they have the throw. It would have been a double play ball. I don't know who hit it. It was some slow guy who slipped out of the box. It would have been an easy double play ball. They throw home.
Yeah.
And Matt Tice, who I have another question, why is he even playing, drops it before he makes the tag. The Sox have 3.
That's why probably he was behind the plate.
Yeah, well, the Sox have 3 catchers that are the 3, that's one thing they really have, really good young catchers. Caro's up. Corey Lee's been playing in the minors right now after coming back from his injury. He's doing fine, and they have Kyle Teal. Why is Matt Tice even on the team and playing? And don't bring in the infield in the second inning against a good hitting team, and you let it get out of hand. The game was basically, for all intents and purposes, over after that. The big home run by Pete Crow Armstrong. So that's I had to get that off my chest on the show. I thought, I like the White Sox new manager, but you can't do stuff like that.
Tice is supposed to be their best defensive catcher, I think, of all those guys you named. That's on paper he is anyway. Yesterday he made the error. You're right, he did.
Yeah, and
the ball at home plate there. That's
right. They've got these other young guys. You don't have room for them anymore. Get Corey Lee back, and then later Kyle Teal. I don't even know how you're going to get all 3 of them.
No.
And that that took us to the tune. The rant took us to the tune for the end of the show. So, thanks once again to Robert Edward Auction President Brian Dwyer, Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, Nancy Huggins, and our producer, Charlie Bevins. Another great job. And we're going to be on again next Saturday, we hope, after this show. Don't forget, go to collectrea.com to see the Robert Edward auction. Bidding ends tomorrow. HugginsandScott.com, their bidding ends in 2 weeks. 2 auctions going, lots of great items. You can search high to low, low to high. Search a year, however you want. If there's something in particular you're looking for, you can still sign up to bid if you haven't done it yet. If you have something you want to ask me about, tcrowntom@gmail.com. Met a couple people who emailed me items, meeting another one this week. Have a great week. Thanks for listening.
Bye.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Des Plaines is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay. I know you're gonna dig this. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
Good morning and welcome on in. It's Tyler and Shay on ESPN Chicago. As always, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Search ESPN Chicago and take us on the go with the ESPN Chicago app. Shay, as we wake up here on this Saturday morning, May the 17th, Pete Crow Armstrong is playing like one of the best players in all of baseball, and it really is time to open up the MVP conversation with him. He's got 12 home runs on the season. Puts another one in the seats yesterday as the Cubs clamped down on the White Sox 13-3 to open up the Crosstown Series. He's got an elite glove. He's going to steal a ton of bases this year. What's preventing Pete Crow Armstrong from being the MVP of the league right now?
Nothing. I think there's been a lot of hesitation to jump on board with this from people because you don't want to feel too prisoner of the moment. But this isn't stopping. It's not showing signs of stopping. His home runs are not wall grazers. They're nukes.
Yeah.
He's hitting missiles. Second deck at Citi Field. He threatened the scoreboard in Miami. Yesterday, that ball was way gone. And yeah, you get a little assist from the wind at Wrigley, but the power is very clearly real. He's got speed. He's got an elite glove. He's more than a two-win player right now. It's not Memorial Day. He's hit 12 home runs, and we aren't at Memorial Day.
He's tied for the league lead, not just the NL, the league lead in home runs over the past month. It's him and Shohei with 10 apiece. And I get that he's going to have his struggles at times. It's just the nature of baseball. But he's already had one of his lumps for the season. His first 46 at-bats, he was hitting 174. Only had a handful of extra base hits, didn't have any home runs. Only 3 stolen bases in that span. Like, he's had a dry spell, and he's still putting up these numbers right now. It is incredible to watch because he's a fun player. He creates so much chaos in the field, on the base paths, everything about him. He's got to be one of the biggest pains to go up against in all of baseball right now. Oh, you don't want to pitch to him? All right, he's going to get on base and he's going to steal a couple bases. You are going to pitch to him? He's going to put one into the seats, into the bleachers, and it's going to be one of those ones, especially yesterday, that will rev up a stadium.
Yeah.
Because he is just such a beloved figure in this town, and he's only been here for like 2 years at this point. But he's so beloved that it's like he's getting the treatment that we heard with Cody Bellinger the last couple of years, where it's like they're chanting Cody every time he's up. It's PCA chants every time he's up. And it feels like it's wherever he goes, there's PCA chants. And it's just the way that he can turn a stadium over. There's nothing better in baseball going right now than PCA.
Yeah, and the PCA chants are going to turn into MVP chants pretty soon if he keeps this up. And the one concern I have is the 44 strikeouts to 9 walks. That's typically not going to do it.
No.
But it's also not like he has some crazy inflated on-base percentage. It's only .319. He's not a great on-base guy. It's the one knock that you could give him in his season so far, where he's accumulated almost 3 wins before Memorial Day.
And what he lacks in on-base, I mean, he's still getting on base via the hits, and what he lacks in that, he makes up for with steals.
And if you're going to flash the power that he has flashed, especially lately, you're going to start getting guys to nibble when they pitch to you. And if you stop chasing so much, you will get walked more.
That's true. His chase rate is the one thing right now that your antenna is up a little bit. I would say this, though. One of the reasons why I feel like PCA will never go into any sort of crazy slump is because of his speed, where if he just puts bat on ball, or even if he just tries to bunt for some hits, just to see some pitches to get on base, then he can steal some bases as a result of that. I don't think we'll ever see him go into these mega slumps that you see some of these great hitters go in because of the speed. He'll find his way on base. It may not look pretty in the moments at times for him, but he'll still find his way on base and then create a little havoc on the base paths there. Like, you're talking about a guy right now who's a 2.8 WAR player as we wake up on May 17th. You know, he's pacing for the best NL Baseball Reference WAR since 2004 Barry Bonds. Like, that's better than any of the Shohei Dodger years. Better than anything Bryce Harper did. Like, this is what you're talking, the best since Barry Bonds. That's what he's pacing for right now. And I get that a lot of that has to do with the glove that he has. But still, you're talking about a guy who is looking like he's going to be a 9 or 10 win player this year.
Yeah, the chase rate's got to get better. But that is the only thing that he has to fix. And then he'll just be one of the premier baseball players, if he's not already. I mean, like, I asked you this question pre-show, and we didn't really go through it. If you were starting a Major League Baseball team today, how many guys would you draft ahead of Pete Crow Armstrong? You can get Aaron Judge out of the way.
Yep.
Bobby Witt Jr. you can get out of the way. Shohei you can get out of the way. And then I think it actually starts to get difficult.
I'm trying to think, like, Tatis.
He's been so good.
Like, Tatis is really the only guy who's having a better season right now than PCA.
Is it Corbin Carroll or is it Pete Crow Armstrong?
That's tough. Like,
yeah.
Because as good as PCA is, Corbin Carroll did have the pedigree, and especially this season, he's lived up to the pedigree. Like, it's tough to go against.
Pete
Corbin
also
Carroll.
had the pedigree. He was the 19th overall pick in the draft. He was once upon a time viewed as one of the best prospects in baseball. The only reason he's not viewed as that now is because he's one of the best players in baseball. It's all there.
Yeah, I think you could throw Skeens in there, but I would always be hesitant to use a pitcher. But Skeens certainly a part of that conversation. But he'd definitely be inside the top 7-10 of guys that you'd like to start a franchise around.
What is stopping him from having a 40-40 season at this point? It's not Memorial Day. He's hit 12 homers.
Yeah. And we haven't even gotten to the crazy weather days. Like yesterday was one of them, obviously. But if this turns into a hitter-friendly summer, PCA is going to feast off of that. He gets the ball in the air. One of the things that's always incredible to me is his swing speed, for better or for worse, but that's how he generates his power. You were mentioning it earlier. Like, these are not wall scrapers. This is light tower power that you're seeing out of PCA. He almost hit the damn scoreboard twice in the last week out in right field. Like, and then he's got the second level shots at the Brewer Stadium and at the Mets Stadium. Like, he is displaying his power at an incredible rate right now. And I don't know what's stopping him. I think that 30-40, certainly I feel good about. If he gets to 40-40, plays platinum glove defense, you're talking about the MVP of the league at that point.
Well, and the best thing he's doing is he's not hitting ground balls at all.
Which, for him, may help because he does have the speed.
Yeah,
he could up his on base a little bit that way. But
if you're hitting him in the gap and you're getting home runs on your fly balls as often as he is, forget about it. He's gonna have 90 extra base hits. Like, really think about 90 extra base hits. That's what he's pacing for.
And some of it's created by himself, too. Like, how many times do we see the little bloop out into shallow right or shallow left that he just spins into a double?
You know the other thing he's doing that I appreciate? I haven't talked about Kyle Tucker in about a week. There is so much less worry on my end about if the Cubs will re-sign Kyle Tucker because you got a guy doing what PCA is doing. And maybe the Kyle Tucker insurance was on the team all along. Like, honestly.
Yeah.
Are we getting to that point? He's on pace to be a 10-win player.
It's a hell of an outfield that you could put together for the next decade. It really, like, you would have the best offensive outfield for the next decade if you kept those two guys together for the foreseeable future. And it's part of why it's how you build this team and how you make it sustainable is if you do have PCA, Kyle Tucker, you're always going to be in the mix because of those two bats. Cubs fans, how you feeling? 312-332-3776. PCA, he's been one of the most special players to come through the north side in quite some time. He is reaching into the echelon of, like, the Chris Bryants that came through here, Javi Baez, Anthony Rizzo, when it was all going well for this Cubs team. Like, that's where he's at right now. He's putting together the start of what could be one of the best seasons we've seen in a Cub uniform.
And again, you don't want to be too prisoner of the moment about it because this will eventually cool off. Like, he's not going to stay this hot. But we are talking about almost 200 plate appearances. It's not late, but it's not early anymore necessarily. And you're looking at a guy who's putting together a 3-win season and 200 plate appearances by Memorial Day.
This was from
Maybe it's just who he is.
This is from Jesse yesterday. After the 3 hits that he had, he ended up getting another one, too, and 4 RBIs. According to ESPN Stats and Info, PCA is the first player in Cubs history with 12 homers, 30 runs batted in, and 10 stolen bases within the team's first 45 games of the season. Like, he's putting together a historic pace. And I think the other part of it, too, is he's a 5-tool guy.
Yep.
He's got power. He's got speed. He's got the glove. Like, everything about PCA, there is no necessarily, like, hole in the broader part of his game. Like, chase rate, yes, that can be an issue with him, but he's a guy who he can hit for power, for average. Like, everything that he's got right now, he can cause havoc on the base pass. He's going to be an elite glove. He's going to be the all-star starter in center field for the NL. The way things are going, the fan vote, he's a fan favorite already. You know Cubs fans are going to go to the ballot box for him this time around. Like, he is one of the most exciting players to watch in baseball right now, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon.
He's also going to just break the catch probability thing at some point.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's like a meme that there are so many fly balls that are 0% catch probability that PCA comes within an eyelash of catching. He's going to just break that metric. That's going to happen.
And the balls that he makes look routine that really just aren't routine, that would take maybe a diving effort. The jump that he gets out in center field, like, listen, man, I don't know what's stopping him from truly being an MVP candidate. I don't.
Well, I think Carmen was saying it earlier this week, too. You don't want to do it, but when you start to comp out what he's looking like right now, you don't want to say Bobby Witt Jr., but it is Bobby Witt Jr. You know, you don't want to say this is shades of early Mike Trout, but it kind of is. And it's like that feels strong. It feels like the ultimate prisoner of the moment. We are being way too hyperbolic about what he's doing. But it kind of just is that. And at some point, you have to say it.
Yeah, at a certain point, you got to call it what it is. Like, he's second right now in the NL in WAR, only behind Tatis. He's the best defensive outfielder going in the game right now. He's one of the premier base runners in all of baseball right now. You look at his Savant page, and it's a sea of red. It's everything about him. Advanced metrics, raw numbers, eye test. Everything right now, like, what is it that's holding people back from saying that he can be MVP of this league?
Is
like,
it age?
I think it's like kind of age. It's like just his newness to the sport. He's only been in the sport for a couple of years. Like, he just logged his 162nd game recently. It has to be that. It has to be just how fresh of a face, and maybe the fact that it's just, when you think NL MVP, your mind just goes to Shohei Ohtani. And I get that. But the way that he's going right now, like, there's nothing that's, to me, saying we got to, like, slow the brakes on this thing. Like, no, he's an MVP candidate. He's playing like it. And maybe it's the fact that out of the gate, he wasn't the best player on his team. Kyle Tucker was the clear-cut MVP candidate.
And maybe it's also, I don't want to say Fernando Tatis is another one of these comps, because obviously Tatis is so good. But he was 22 years old when he finished third in MVP voting and had a 7-win season damn near in San Diego.
Yeah.
And that was a season where he entered it right around the 600 plate appearance mark.
Yep.
Which is where PCA's at right now. So why can't this just be what it is? Why can't he be one of the 3 or 4 best players in the National League?
Are Shea and I overreacting? Or is PCA a legitimate MVP candidate, and can he win this award this year? 312-332-3776. It is rivalry week across baseball. However that got marketed. Cubs and Sox, they've got game 2 up at Wrigley later on today. We will continue to talk a little baseball with you. And also, if you could find one former Chicago athlete that you would pay money for to boo them in their return, who would it be? 312-332-3776. It's Tyler and Shay.
This is Tyler and Shay on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney.
We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Ivone, we get you.
Costa Ivone, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4MILLION.
About a half hour from Chicago sits one of golf's best-kept secrets, Seven Bridges Golf Club. Daily fee play with a private course field, immaculate fairways, championship greens, and golf passes designed to reward you, your clients, or your team. Every round includes a GPS-equipped cart, because at Seven Bridges, golf should be as seamless as it is rewarding. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your round today.
Feel the boom, Boomers fans, because it's game day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Don't miss today's special Step Up to the Plate for Kids matinee game. First pitch is at 3 p.m., presented by Westside Children's Therapy. Then tomorrow, it's the oh-so-popular Bark in the Park with pregame catch on the field and postgame autographs. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kid zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shay Norley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Yeah. Talking Cubs with you. PCA, legit MVP candidate, or are we living too much in the moment? 312-332-3776. We'll start with Todd in Glenview. Morning, Todd.
Hey, Tyler, long time. Haven't talked to you in a while, but I think we're or at least I'm feeling a little hesitant about that. Just from last year, we know he was just getting his feet wet in the league, but I'm hesitant to see him hold up this consistency for a full year.
Yeah, listen, that's fair, Todd, and appreciate the phone call. Like, consistency is ultimately what's going to determine whether or not he's an MVP candidate at the end of the day. But I just look at it as he's had one of his slumps out of the gate, and I think he's got a trait with his speed that's going to prevent him from any of these slumps being catastrophically bad.
We can also just say the power is a plus trait at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe plus. Like, that's where you start talking about having multiple tools. Gold glove fielder, elite speed, and I'm just ready to say elite power. I don't think you can fake a few homers, get a couple wall shots that get a wind assist. You're not faking the power that he's shown.
And the swing speed, and like we were joking in the break, remember how long it took for him to get his first barrel of the season? Now he's an 85th percentile barrel rate guy. His slug is impressive.
I think some of what he's doing is not stuff that you can fake, and he does have the prospect pedigree. And I think you're just seeing a guy emerge as one of the best players in baseball. It's what it is. This is how it happens.
Do you have a strong feeling on where he should be hitting in the lineup?
I like him at leadoff.
You do?
Yeah.
I thought Ian Happ was just such a good leadoff hitter, and I kind of liked how PCA, it kind of made you feel like in any given inning, this team could put up runs. Where it's like some teams you get to the bottom of the lineup, or even you get to like the 6th spot in the lineup, it's like, I can go to the bathroom, I can go get concessions, I can go like cook my dinner or whatever, I can get away from the TV. I don't need to watch because I know how this goes. Whereas like when PCA was down there, it was just so electrifying. And I think the only thing I would say about PCA and where I would put him in a lineup, keep him far away from whoever the catcher is. Keep him far away from anyone who's going to clog up the base paths.
Well, that's why I like him leadoff. You'll get a better percentage of leading off innings. You're going to maximize the number of at-bats you're going to get in any given game.
My problem with that is when he is leadoff, usually Amaya's batting 8th.
Sure.
And if Amaya gets on, all of a sudden you've got a logjam on the base paths. Like there's been a number of times this year where it's like he can't steal a base or he can't go first to third because of who's in front of him on the base pass. And it's felt like it's keeping runs off the board for them at times.
But I think over the course of a season, if you're batting leadoff, you will lead off a heavy majority of innings.
Yeah, probably.
And I want him to get as many at-bats as possible if he's going to be this kind of hitter. And the on-base stuff, like he doesn't have the on-base percentage I'd necessarily want out of a leadoff hitter.
That's why I like Happ.
But the power is there. And that is a kind of a new way of looking at batting in baseball. If you can hit for power, you're leading off. If you hit well, high average, and good slug, leadoff's where we want you because you're going to get the most at-bats.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like he should be batting second in this lineup, but you can't really do that with Kyle Tucker.
Nope.
Because he's just been such a good player out of the 2 spot.
And Kyle Tucker is your best hitter, and 2 is where you put your best hitter.
Mm-hmm.
And as good as Pete Crow has been, and as high as I am on him, and I think he could be an MVP candidate, and I think you're seeing one of the 5 to 10 best players in the NL emerge right now. Kyle Tucker is the best hitter in the Cubs lineup.
Mm-hmm.
End.
Yep.
And he's going to hit second.
Isn't it crazy? Like, this is how good PCA has been. Kyle Tucker's going through a crazy dry spell right now. Like, his average has dropped like 50 points. His slug is way down over the past like week and a half. And we haven't even mentioned it. We haven't even talked about the Kyle Tucker doldrums. Like, we haven't gotten to that point. And it's because of what PCA's been able to do. It feels like whenever someone's down in this Cubs lineup, there's 2 guys there to pick up the slack. Like, there was a time perfect example, a time when Tucker was down, it was PCA. It was also Dansby Swanson who was picking up some of the power, some of the extra base hits, just getting on in general, and you know what he brings in the field too. Like, it's been pretty remarkable how it's 1 man down, 2 men up for the Cubs pretty much this entire season.
And that's why I've said you're going to be a 90-win team, even with the pitching. You have superstars, finally. Kyle Tucker's a superstar. Pete Crow is emerging as a superstar.
It's where this team's at. And when you have those type of guys that can carry your, like, PCA is turning into a carry the lineup type of guy.
And I'm glad that he's also, like, part of me wishes it wasn't happening so that we could keep the heat on the necessity to pay Kyle Tucker. But at the same time, I'm glad this story's taking something away from that. And if this team's going to be this good, ownership's just going to have to pony up. It's what it is.
It could get to that point. Like, if this team makes a deep playoff run and it's on the backs of PCA and Kyle Tucker, if this team goes to the NLCS, you'd think that the Ricketts would have to look at it and be like, as much as we may not want to financially do this, we may not want to write the check, we realize we have to write the check. Because that's just how good it's been. It's how good it's been this entire season. They've had a tough stretch, and they've come out on the other side, and now, I mean, this stretch of 21 games that you're in, where you're going up against the Rockies, the White Sox, the Marlins, the Reds are in there as well. I think there's a Pirates series too.
You don't play a 500 team until June 6th when you go to Detroit.
You got to go 15-6 over this stretch and really separate yourself out, because it's kind of crazy, but this Cardinals team has been hanging on your tails. And what they've done over the past 10, 12 games is pretty remarkable. They're still not over the top with you right now. But
only a game back.
I'll tell you what, it's going to make July 4th weekend here really fun because that's when the Cardinals come to town for their first series at Wrigley. July 4th, Redbirds in town. It's going to be a fun weekend here.
I still think the Cardinals are fake. I do
too. I feel the way about the Cardinals this year that you as a Tigers fan feel about the Twins. They're on a torrid stretch right now. It ain't lasting.
Yeah, the Twins are on a crazy heater, and if you
12
break
in a row.
They've won 12 straight, but if you break out their schedule to the expanded stuff, they've been terrible against teams that are 500 or better. They're just eating up in a really soft part of their schedule. The Cardinals are a little different because I haven't blown up their stats to see where they're at wins-wise, but I just feel like everything is coming up aces for them right now, and it won't continue to do that.
Yeah,
like Nolan Arenado is not, I don't know, 32-year-olds apparently resurrect their career these days. Shout out Javi Baez. But I have a hard time believing the Cardinals just keep this up. And I also have a hard time believing Javi Baez keeps this up. So it's just, that's really nice right now, but they aren't 23-year-old Pete Crow Armstrong, who I think is like, this is what he is.
Yeah, you've got a runway for your future at that point. All right, it is rivalry week in baseball. No one knew this was coming, but you've got the Cubs playing the Sox. You've got the Mets and the Yankees. You've got the Guardians and the Reds, Pittsburgh and Philly. It's a lot of these like fake, contrived fan rivalries, Washington and Baltimore. But the one interesting wrinkle of it all was what happened yesterday at Yankee Stadium. Because Juan Soto made his return to Yankee Stadium first time with the Mets, first time since leaving the Yankees in free agency, and the fans let him hear it. They booed the ever-living hell out of him for his first plate appearance, and he's sitting there smiling with the catcher and laughing it off, having a good time. But you could feel the vitriol, the hatred, even in a Subway Series where you know the building, it's not 50-50, but it's split a little bit. You could hear the vitriol in the building, and it was just an awesome sports moment. I get that it comes out of hatred more than anything, but when you see fan base passion like that, it was one of the best things I saw this weekend, and I just think that there's a lot of. I felt like who is like the one guy who would come back to Chicago, and I would pay money to boo this guy. Like, you knew this ticket was expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Yankees, Mets, it's already Subway Series price. You got Soto coming back to Yankee Stadium for the first time. He's going to hear it again today. He's going to hear it again tomorrow. But, like, who's the player that I would feel this way in Chicago about? And I think there's one easy answer. I think Cody Parkey is someone that the fans would pay top dollar if he was kicking for.
That feels mean.
Why is it mean? Why is it mean?
That feels like piling on a little bit.
He went on the Today Show the next day.
I know.
Said, feel bad for me.
I know.
Let me play the world's smallest violin. I would pay money to go boo Cody Parkey.
Do your job. Make a field goal.
Yeah, like we weren't asking you to kick a 57-yarder in the wind, dude. It was 41.
I know, and I don't blame any Bear fan who does boo him or would want to boo him when he came back.
I can't believe you're playing the sympathy
this guy
card.
Of all people.
Yeah, you, Mr. Launch him into the sun, is like, let's feel bad for Cody Parkey. I feel bad.
I do feel like there's a difference between Parkey having this, like, all-time fumble moment and what Juan Soto was to Yankees fans, where he was in MVP contention, and the only reason he really wasn't is because Judge was so good on the same team, and he left you to go to your crosstown rival for more money. Like, it wasn't like Soto had some defining awful moment, and that's why they're booing him. They're booing him because he said the Bronx isn't good enough for me.
Yeah,
that just feels like a different category. I do get it with Parkey.
They hate him because he's a traitor. You know the other guy this is a weird one, but guy I would pay money to boo, Niko Mirotic. I could not stand Nikola Mirotic. He shot like a 12-year-old. He went on this crazy heater that bumped the Bulls out of impeccable draft position. Like, I cannot stand him. Cannot stand. And then he went to Milwaukee. Like, that's my weird one. I think the real one is Cody Parkey, but the weird one that I would give you is Nico Mirotic.
Yeah, who is your version of Craig Counsell to Milwaukee fans? Do we have a traitor in this town? Like, it's just
there aren't a whole
up
lot of guys who just
traitor?
told like the team to stick it. It's usually
the team told them to stick it.
Yeah, they get paid a ton of money, and then I think the one example I like, Dwayne Wade kind of just showed up here, cashed a check, ruined the locker room, and then went to Cleveland. That was kind of the experience with that.
I don't think I could boo Dwayne Wade, though.
Dwayne Wade's coming home.
That's the thing.
I remember those commercials.
Enough people like Dwayne Wade that that's not going to happen. But I think that's the closest thing, at least in the last 10 or 15 years, that I come up with specifically with Chicago.
So we want to hear from you. Who is the former Chicago athlete that you would pay top dollar to be in the stadium just so you could boo them? Just like Juan Soto yesterday. That was an expensive ticket yesterday.
And you know what? Shout out Yes Network. I watched this game yesterday because I wanted to see it. Mm-hmm. Shout out Yes Network for showing what a torture chamber right field was for Juan Soto. And credit to the bleacher creatures turning their back to him when he came out of the dugout to take right field.
That's awesome.
And then turning back around and booing him relentlessly.
That is pure fandom. That is pure fandom at its finest right there. So we want to hear from you. 312-332-3776. What player would you pay top dollar to boo in their return to Chicago? 312-332-3776. Tyler and Shay.
This is Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay. I know you're going to dig this. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Today, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Apt is celebrating 89 years. Enjoy the beautiful weather with a new grill or griddle for your outdoor space. Explore a wide selection of Traeger pellet smokers, Napoleon grills, Komodo Joe charcoal grills, and portable grills. Don't miss the new Weber Slate griddle and Weber Smoke pellet smoker. Whether replacing an old setup or building a new outdoor kitchen, Apt has everything needed to create the perfect space. With free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira Joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
We're talking, what's the one player you would pay to boo in their return to Chicago? We saw it last night in New York as all the Yankees fans gave hell to Juan Soto in his return to Yankee Stadium for the first time since going to the other side of town and taking a $700+ million deal from the New York Mets. Who's the one player? You got one?
I don't have a Chicago one, but I can tell you the player that I tried to get on a plane and go to a playoff game just to boo this guy was Kyrie Irving.
That's great.
Because he is maybe the greatest bleep hole in my life as a sports fan. Did the whole thing when he got to Boston, the commercial in TD Garden with his father. I want my number to be in the rafters here. I don't want anybody to wear 11 again. Then spent a season blowing up the locker room, calling Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum names publicly, and then bailing to Brooklyn after shooting the team out of a series against Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And then
That's
he
a
came
good one.
back and got 4-1 tattooed on his head. Get out.
I love what we've got on the caller board right now. We've got a bunch of really good ones. 312-332-3776. David in Madison. Lead us off here, David.
Hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going? Me, and it's not even close. Like, this guy came here and stole money and really did up the fake hustle thing with the screaming and all the fake energy. Carlos Boozer, man.
That's a good one.
He was by far the worst free agent acquisition that the Bulls ever made. He never really – he was nothing more than a fake double-double guy who would get you a lot of garbage points and give you all this fake hustle. And to a larger scale, guys, if you really think about it, outside of Rose, Buzelis, and Taj Gibson, pretty much all of their first-round picks has been failures.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the call, David. That's a good one right there. Carlos Boozer, because he kind of encapsulates what the summer of 2010 was for the Bulls when it was LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Stoudemire, and you ended up with Carlos freaking Boozer. And he was just such a – everything about it was weird. Remember, he, quote-unquote, trips over the gym bag and he hurts his wrist or hand or whatever, and he had to miss time right out of the gate. Everything
the shoe
about
polish on his head.
Yeah. Punch the ref in the nuts. Get it, Joe. All that stuff.
Yeah. How about David and Gurney?
David and Gurney. What do we got, David?
Yeah, hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Now, it's not a player, but I will pay a ticket this season when the Cowboys come just to boo Eberflus.
Week 3.
Now, week 3, I really hope Soldier Field cameras pan to him on the big board a couple times just to increase the booing from the crowd because he deserves it.
Do the Bears have that bone in them?
Thanks, David.
That feels like a McCaskey order. Don't do it.
We're not doing that.
But they should. I mean, especially
Give
with
him one.
With the Caleb Seth Wickersham stuff, and Caleb wasn't told what film to watch and was getting no assist from the coaching staff. I hope that Soldier Field is a snake pit for Eberflus.
Well, have you seen too? This is like one of the 10 most expensive games in football this year too. Bears and Cowboys.
Yeah,
at Soldier.
Let's turn that place into a torture chamber for Matt Eberflus. I'm in. I'll join.
It's not just he did a bad job. He was actively harming the franchise quarterback.
Yeah, he turned the first year.
Active negligence.
And turned a blind eye to it along the way, too.
Arguably the most important prospect in the history of the franchise.
History of the city, maybe.
He wasted the first
care.
year. Threw the first year of it in the garbage. I'm so in. David and Gurney, I'm down to turn that place into a torture chamber when Eberflus comes here in September.
312-332-3776.
You know what else is going to be fascinating? Spirit of rivalry weekend in Major League Baseball. Lions-Bears week 2.
Yeah, Charlie gave out a good shot or no shot about this earlier in the week when he was in for you, talking about Ben Johnson getting booed. And I think the guys both said, kind of brush it off, no chance he's getting booed.
Yeah.
Dude, he's getting his head cut off.
In their dreams.
Week 2 is going to be hostile.
Ben Johnson can't leave the hotel that week.
That building booed Matthew Stafford so badly that his wife said they booed her kids and she will never go to a game there again.
And he was traded.
He was traded, and he was the best quarterback in the history of their franchise. And they booed him so badly, his wife will not return to the city. Ben Johnson is not getting a welcome return to Detroit.
No chance. It is going to be. Do people not realize how much Lions fans kind of blame Ben Johnson for the loss in the playoffs to the Commanders?
Boy, and you wait until Ben Johnson goes up there, wins that game, and runs a trick play to make it 2 scores instead of 1.
Oh, boy.
Woo, we got a rivalry on our hands.
You think he tries to run it up if they have a chance?
Yes.
100%. Not a doubt.
Bears fans would eat that up. That is catnip for Bears fans right there. They would think about the Monday shows that we would be doing if he's just running it up on Detroit.
This is where rivalries are born in professional sports, though. It's so funny right now is rivalry weekend in Major League Baseball, and they're selling you Pirates-Phillies. Anybody really cares.
Game. Yeah, they retired it.
But it's the poop game.
Yeah.
Nobody's like, oh, these teams hate each other.
Did you see they held
the poop game.
They held a funeral for the poop scorebug on
It was incredible.
It was great.
Mets and Yankees is just little brother syndrome for one side of it. It's not like the Yankees really care about the Mets. No. It's not real rivalry. But Bears-Lions, we got a chance for some bloodlust.
Yeah. It's the same thing as what you're seeing with Cubs and Brewers. With Council coming down, down 90, that right there that's how rivalries are really bred. And it feels like we've got a couple that are brewing here in Chicago.
If there's any juice in Yankees-Mets, it's because of what happened with Juan Soto.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. This is how rivalries start.
Well, guess what? You've got, 13, 14 years of this? Because it's always going to be a reminder. The Yankees were in the World Series.
I pray I'm not speaking this into existence, but imagine Kyle Tucker left in the offseason for St. Louis. His return,
have I told you,
people would be throwing batteries at him.
Have I told you what? So with my Cubs season tickets that I split with a couple buddies, I will drop the tickets if Kyle Tucker signs with the White Sox. It's my one thing. I'll drop the tickets. If Ishbia swoops in and steals Kyle Tucker from underneath Ricketts, I'm done.
What would piss you off more, Cardinals or White Sox?
White Sox, I think.
Wow. Maybe this is rivalry weekend.
Simply because the Cardinals have handed out big contracts before. I know they're disgruntled now. The fan base is disgruntled because of the way that ownership spends now. But the White Sox don't do that. It would be
You're breaking the food chain. You're the ecosystem is collapsing if that happens.
It would be 5 or 6 times greater than any other contract handed out in White Sox history. It would break me.
I have to tell you, I don't think you should worry about it too much.
I'm not worried, but that's why I'm putting a major punishment on it.
Season tickets are over.
Season tickets done, and probably my fandom too. I'm not saying I would go over and convert to the White Sox. I would just be a baseball fan.
You would go to the rate just to boo Kyle Tucker.
I wouldn't boo Kyle Tucker. This would have nothing to do with Kyle Tucker.
But what if the Cubs offer him $600 million and he takes $601 million from Matt Ishbia?
Then why would I blame him for taking $1 more million? If you're the Ricketts, pony up that $1 million.
Yeah, fair.
Seriously, it's not that hard. It would drive me insane. Absolutely insane. Real quick, Russ is in Palos Heights. Morning, Russ.
Hey, thanks. Isaiah Thomas, phony smile, phony image, untrustworthy.
That's a good one. Now, he's not a former Chicago athlete, but he is from here and played a part in one of the biggest rivalries the city has ever seen.
He's a beacon of a lost time when NBA players rightly hated each other.
Yes. Between that and, there was a lot of reason to love Isaiah Thomas around here until he became a Piston. From being from here, then going to Indiana, those are two things that Chicagoans, for the most part, will wrap their arms around.
Yeah.
Unless you're an Illinois guy, I get that part. But for the most part, I feel like this city embraces Indiana to a degree. But then once you become a Piston and once you start talking smack to MJ and once you start
walking out of the building, no handshakes.
The handshake stuff, and then the way that a lot of things were said after that, I get that one. I get that. I'll allow that one. All right, when we come back, speaking of friendships or lack thereof, we have to discuss something that happened last weekend, and I may have severely offended Shay with something. All that coming up next.
This is Tyler and Shay on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend.
What?
We're here to say there's still a chance.
Chris and I will be at Jameson's Pub on Francis Road in Frankfurt.
Join us today from 1 to 3.
We'll be qualifying fans for a chance to win a twosome on Team Bleck and Abdallah for the sold-out Classic.
And at the end, we will pick one to win that twosome.
And it's all brought to you by Yingling.
See you this afternoon from 1 to 3 at Jameson's in Frankfurt.
And please enjoy responsibly.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations, a short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd. For special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Thank you to Charlie Bevins for producing today's show. I don't think Charlie is familiar with this story that is about to be shared.
It's unbelievable.
I don't think I'm that in the wrong.
You put your foot in your mouth pretty bad.
Somehow I think Dean just gave me a preview of it.
He doesn't know.
Yeah. I don't think nobody here knows.
So we were out at a bar the last weekend, and my wife was out. And my wife's got this thing where she shares her location with everyone in her life.
Find my friends, yep.
She calls her friends her Sims, and she'll open the Find My Friends app and just look at where everybody is. And I'm the opposite of her. I don't really share my location with anybody except her because I don't think it's necessary. I don't need people knowing where I am. I don't really care where you are. It's just I don't care about that. And so her and I were debating why I don't share my location with my friends, because she's like, you should do this. And we meet.
Well, her thing was too. It was like, what if you just happen to be near each other? Wouldn't it be cool to see each other? I was like, we see each other every week.
All the time we see each other. We hang out together regardless.
Yeah.
I don't need location sharing to know it.
I don't need to stumble into Shay.
So she is trying to make a point, and we meet up with you, Tyler, and she's like, Tyler, do you share locations with your friends? Do you share locations with Shay? And he's like, no. She goes, do you share locations with your friends? And Tyler goes, well, my close friends.
Oh, man.
What?
That's tough. Little Freudian slip there, Aki.
Well, okay, what I meant by that was
he said, not this piece of bleep. No way. But Shay, my actual
this guy's more
close
of an
friends.
Shay,
yeah.
I would consider you a close friend.
Yeah, sure.
However, you are not a tenured friend. And what I meant by the comment was the people that I share my location with.
Tenured friend is a crazy thing to say. That's an insane thing to say.
How do you achieve tenure?
Yeah, right.
5 years. 5 years, then you get tenure. Just like being a professor. 5 years and tenure. So we don't have tenure yet.
I don't. This is a real Larry David rule.
That is that's the craziest way to evaluate friendships I've ever heard. You don't have tenure.
You don't have tenure yet. I don't know what you want from me. You can't speed up time. I'm sorry, dude. But everyone that I share my location with that I'm looking through right now, for the most part, I've known for at least 10 years. So I'm giving you a little bit of a break here. In fact,
How about that?
I'm giving you the close friend fast pass.
Real lucky, Shay.
All right?
How about this guy? Yeah, I have my wife, one of my best friends growing up who still lives back in Michigan, and my parents. And that's it. I don't even have my sister's location.
I only have friends. I don't have any family. I don't think they'd want to share their location with me.
Midnight Mitch, my friend, comes over the following day, and she's asking him, do you want to share locations with Shay? And I said, I don't want to do this. I don't want to share locations with all these people in my life. And he said, you'll appreciate this. Wow, Shay, I could be dead in a ditch somewhere, and you wouldn't even know it.
Well, maybe you'll run into him. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe I'll just happen upon him.
Happen to run into him.
You also wouldn't know he's dead in a ditch. You just know he's been in the same spot for a while.
I just know he's been along the highway for 3 weeks.
Chardog, rule on this. Am I a bad guy for my comment?
Yeah, this is ruling in favor of Shay.
My close friends, yeah.
My work friends, I don't know.
Is Charlie a tenured friend?
No, he doesn't have 5 years.
Not. Brutal, man. Charlie, let's hang out tonight and not invite Tyler.
Let's share our location.
Yeah, you want to?
I'll share location and just show up. How about that?
Wow.
Just stumble into you. That's how it's supposed to work. All right, that's going to do it for us. We'll be back next week, and maybe we'll all have each other's location.
This is Tyler and Shay on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private feel, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Good morning and welcome on in. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky, Mike Gilligan talking all things golf with you every single Saturday, 9 to 11 a.m. Little PSA for everyone out there today. We will hit the stream only starting at 10:40. So you can find us on YouTube and on Twitch. Just find us ESPN Chicago. and you can watch the final 20 minutes of the show on Twitch and YouTube as we make way for White Sox Weekly. But, Mike, as we are midway through a major, now there is a lot of rain down at Quail Hollow right now, but did you have Johnny Vegas as your leader through 2 rounds after we hit moving day and hit the cut?
Not exactly. I've been to Las Vegas before, but Johnny Vegas never went on my radar. And first and foremost, good morning, Tyler, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to PGA Championship Week, and it has been a wet one. The weather has been the story early in the week, and unfortunately, it leads off the 3rd round, and we are in a severe weather delay, as they mention, or as would they say, serious weather event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the no tee times until 10:43. So once we hit the stream, we'll get our first tee time of the day. But yeah, the weather has been the story, both for better and for worse, and really more for worse than anything. Especially after what we saw on Thursday as well, with some of the rules decisions for them not to play ball in hand, and I know that frustrated a lot of the players. I think a lot of people learned what a mud ball is and what a mud ball does. But right now, Jonathan Vegas, your leader, he is at 8 under on the day. Weird leaderboard.
It looks like the Barracuda Open.
That's
after the first round.
One of the best ways to put it. Matthew Pavone, who we saw play well at the Open Championship a year ago, he is tied for 2nd with Matt Fitzpatrick and Siwoo Kim. So you do have a one-time major winner in that grouping, tied for 2nd. Tied for 5th is where things get interesting. A name you'd expect, Scotty Scheffler.
Of course.
Who finished, he's at 5 under right now after a 3 under yesterday. But how about the 7 under from Max Homa? He was looking like he may not make the cut after Thursday to putting up the best score of anybody in the field yesterday. 7 under gets him to 5 under for the tournament, and he's tied for 5th. And this has just been one of the feel-good stories of the year in golf over the course of the past month. At this point, is the renaissance of Max Homa.
Well, for a while there, I think Max Homa's picture was appearing on the back of milk cartons because his golf game was nowhere to be found. In fact, he has struggled after amazing 2024 season. And as such, Max, believe it or not, in looking back at his statistics this year, he's only made where there is a cut to be made. He's only done it once, and that was at Augusta. And, of course, he had a nice event at Augusta. But prior to that, he has not made any cuts, and any events that he has actually made money have all been signature events. Yeah. So he has had a very interesting first quarter, almost first half of 2025. And I think his 2 rounds really tell the story of his season in the consistently being inconsistent department. On Thursday on the back 9, he fired 39 and was negative 1.83 shots tee to green. And that is like the number that everybody looks at. What? Right. How are you doing tee to green against the rest of the boys? Well, Friday, he shoots 30 on the backside and goes plus 5.06
That's incredible.
Shots tee to green. I mean, you talk about turning something absolutely upside down on top of its head. Max has done that. That's why I cannot wait to see what version of Max we get today.
It will be very interesting because he's one of those guys when everything's going right for him, he's got a chance to really win this thing. He does. I think.
Oh, yeah.
Given the leaderboard and given what he put on the scorecard yesterday, I'm not saying he's going to go out there and fire a 64. Weather's certainly dicey, so I'm sure we'll see some weird scores out there today. But Max Homa's got a chance now to kind of put his name back into the golf ecosystem. Like he has been missing for an entire year, but it's good to see him back. You and I were texting about this. I can't remember if it was Thursday or yesterday, but given the way that the leaderboard is right now, this feels like Scotty's tournament to lose. You know he's going to find, like, he's played fine golf so far. 69-68. 5 under for the tournament.
I'd say fine, but frustrating, but fine.
Well, he had the birdie that just hooked out yesterday, too. Like, he probably should be at 6 under and in a tie for second right now. But Scotty, right now, when you look at what he has to leap, it feels like, and the way that his game is kind of tailored to the course, it feels like this is his tournament to lose, and it's reflected in the odds. He is by far and away the favorite right now, despite the fact that he is 3 shots off the lead.
And it's amazing how we're basically watching Scotty play what I'd consider kind of average golf. In fact, I'm not sure his tee to green game is anywhere close to other events where he has won. I mean, and or even not even done all that well. This is not the Scotty I'm used to seeing tee to green. He has hit some very wayward shots, but Scotty is so talented. He can get that thing out of position, back into position, and knows how to get that ball in the hole when it matters most. And he's just seems to be just sort of muttering along, and all it takes is one bang round out of him today.
Yeah.
And you know what? They're going to be chasing him tomorrow, and it wouldn't surprise me if he wins this thing by like 4 or 5 shots.
Yeah. This is one of those things, especially with the weather today. You could see some of these guys really fall back. Some of these guys who don't have the pedigree and all that, they could really fall back from the pack. I do want to go through some of the guys that did miss the cut, because there were some big names. No career Grand Slam in store for Jordan Spieth. That will have to wait another year. He missed the cut. The cut line was 1 this year, or 1 over, and Jordan Spieth, he finishes 2 over, so he missed the cut. You also had Sepp Straka miss the cut. Shane Lowry missed the cut. Justin Thomas, who I was all in on going into this tournament, he missed the cut. Ludwig Åberg missed the cut. Hideki Matsuyama misses the cut. Patrick Reed, who was so good at the Masters, he's not seeing the weekend. Ricky Fowler not there as well. Minwoo Lee struggled a little bit, especially on Thursday. Will Zalatoris not part of the weekend. Patrick Cantlay, Cameron Smith. Like, I almost wonder what would be more. Oh, Brooks Koepka also did not make.
Yeah.
Justin Rose, who was so good at the Masters, he ejected in this tournament. Dustin Johnson, we were texting about him a little bit. It may be done.
Yeah, he stinks.
For him. Shout out to Charlie Bevins, our producer, by the way. His lock of the tournament was Dustin Johnson to miss the cut.
And he nailed it.
And I wasn't even tracking Dustin Johnson. And
he's 40 and he's bad.
I wasn't even tracking him. And then I saw them flash him on the screen at one point. I was like 10 over. I was like, oh, boy, Charlie's lock hits. But, yeah, like, I wonder if the miscut group is more intriguing than who's still in the field.
Well, in any other event, I take the miscut field against the rest of the field, although they do have Scotty. But I like my chances I've never seen so much talent go home so early.
Even Rory was in danger of missing the cut at one point.
And you know what? He was very much on the outside looking in, and then got it inside, and then went back outside, and then got it back inside the cut line. And to me, that was really the most fascinating thing to watch, is how the cut line actually did move from +1 to +2 for a short time.
Yeah.
But then the other guys got it back up to +1 again. And there would have been a plethora of players at +2. I would have been interesting to see who could have made hay out of that. But one note in particular, you mentioned Hideki Matsuyama. He had made 22 cuts in a row until now.
In majors, correct?
In majors, yes, majors. So, again, that goes back to, I think, 2019 was the last time he slammed his trunk on Friday afternoon and went home early. So that's very unusual for him. He's usually a formidable player in the majors every time. So he'll be missed. PGA of America top brass has got to be shaking their head going, what happened? And I wonder, and this is a question I have for James.
James Colgan, by the way, golf.com. He's at Quill Hollow. He'll join us at 10 o'clock.
And I cannot wait to talk to that man, because I want to find out the true feeling of the players when they could not put the ball in hand, when they knew that going out. And I also would love to have some truth venom in the PGA of America's president and Kerry Hagan say, would you change that decision again? Because I think that influenced the leaderboard more than we know.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Even the way that, like, Rory's, I think, a perfect example of that. He just sneaks in the cut line at 1 over. Goes 74 Thursday, 69 on Friday. It felt like that had a lot to do. And these mud balls, we'll get to that in a little bit here, but yeah, like it clearly made a difference. And you saw the charge that Rory had. I think one of the best case studies of this entire tournament, he made the cut, but just his scorecards are so wonky, is Colin Morikawa. I mean, this guy has been on the outside looking in and also was as high as like tied for 8th in this tournament and looking really good. But there's just, I don't know what it is. Like, it's just been a weird ride for Colin. I mean, he's got a pair of double bogeys so far through the first 2 rounds, and he's got a lot of shapes on the card.
Yes,
both good and bad.
It's like a geometry class.
It really is.
Circles, double square, square.
It's been all over the place for Colin Morikawa. But yeah, we want to hear from you as well. 312-332-3776. What have you taken away so far at the PGA Championship, Quail Hollow? And this is the other weird part is you would think that the big hitters would be great at this course just because it's a tour stop. They're used to playing at Quail Hollow. They know this course. They're familiar with it. But for some reason or another, you've got the leaderboard that you've got, and it features guys like Johnny Vegas leading. You've got a number of guys that I'm sure people have never even heard of that are currently sitting inside the top 10. And this is your leaderboard that you're presented with right now. 312-332-3776. Sean's in Mokina. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Fairways and greens, fellas. How you feeling?
Well, if I'm hitting fairways and greens, I'm feeling real good. Are you going out to play? Are you going out to play?
No, I wish. I'm working, so hopefully I can get maybe a quick 9 in later.
There you
go. Here's hoping.
There you go. What do you got for us?
I wanted to comment real quick on a couple of things on the PGA. First of all, Max Homa, who I think is just a fantastic all-around player. I mean, is he a superstar? No, he's not a superstar, but he feels like a guy you could just, see him in the clubhouse, buy him a beer, and he'll talk to you. My thought on him is that when he is done with professional golf as a career, he will turn the page and become an announcer.
Yeah.
And I think he would be fantastic. His sense of humor, his quickness, I just think he would be a natural. The other thing about him is I think the best thing he did was get off social media. Now, I say that kind of with bated breath because I loved his posts. They were hysterical, but he felt like he was getting in a little too deep, a little maybe just too much on that, taking away his focus. So he pulled the reins back and said, you know what, I'm done. I know a lot of people do that, but he seems to have held true to it. So, props to him for doing that.
Sean, one of the interesting things about social media with him is I don't think we're saying he'll be a great announcer one day if it weren't for social media. So it is kind of like double-edged sword, but
Agreed.
I think both things are true. Like, it's certainly helped his game. It's also a reason why he's going to have a long career after golf.
I agree. One last thing on the PGA, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but when was the last time a non-American won the PGA? Hasn't it been or if they ever have? I thought I read something that a non-American hasn't won the PGA Championship in quite some time, and I just can't rack my brain to back that up.
Well, I know Patrick Harrington has won it, so I'm trying to think.
But no, I think you're largely right, Sean, in the fact that I want to say I saw a stat, it was like 15 of the last 22 have been American.
But I want to say...
Right.
Jason Day won in 2015. Rory's won a couple. Martin Keimer.
Right.
Yeah, so but for the most part, I mean, we haven't had an international winner in over 10 years.
Tells you a lot about our game.
Yep.
And you never know. But I do agree with Sean.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Sean.
Great call, Sean. I totally agree. Max Homa, first and foremost, just a great guy. Regardless of what he did on social media, his personality is going to be perfect in the booth. And I could see
You know what where I want him, actually? I want him on the course.
Well, I think that's where he'll start. Yeah. That's where he'll start. But eventually, I see him as the next Trevor Immelman.
Trevor Immelman.
Yeah, I really do.
Yeah, I think he'll be great no matter where you put. Like, he is made for this. He really is.
He is, but let me also say this. When he gets it going, he's as good as anybody out on that golf course. And in 2024, he proved it. And I would love the golf is in a better spot when Max Homa is in the hunt and is in the he made it to fifth in the world at one point. So he's now down around 78. So he needs to be up in that top 20. That's where he belongs.
He was on the last Ryder Cup on points.
Oh, and he was a darn good one at that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Joe's in Barrington. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, just one thing about the mud balls. Couldn't they had a few officials hit some balls before the play started, and then determine if it was the mud balls or not, so they didn't have to, so the players didn't have to, go off the handle, and make a big stink or something, which is a real.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it would be nice if they could test it like that. Unfortunately, none of the rules officials really hit the ball much like these guys. And I loved what Lanny Watkins said. Lanny Watkins said these guys have just got to stop hitting it so high. He goes, what we used to do is hit shooters down the fairway so they would hit, skip, roll, and wash the ball off so that they would have a clean ball going into the green. Here's what I can tell you. Having worked for the PGA of America for as long as I did, and knowing Kerry Haig, he was a guy I reported to for the better part of 12 years, so I know Kerry very, very well. And it doesn't surprise me that he played it down. He is a traditionalist through and through, and honestly, he's trying to protect the golf course. And you give these guys ball in hand on these kinds of conditions, and they'll start taking advantage of it. And I think he was starting to get worried that this thing could get out of hand in the first day and really make the golf course look rather, easy or sublime. And so I think he just did what most people want to see happen, and that is play the ball down. The conditions were in fantastic shape. The one point that I think Scotty does make, and it is true, in that part of the country, they overseed the Bermuda and the Rye. They change out the grasses. So it is not as sand-based as the courses as you get closer to the coast. So as such, you do open yourselves up for this potential of mud balls. And the big joke about mud balls, the Carolina mud balls, it sounds like a low single A team playing against the Macon Biscuits, But a mud ball is actually just a ball that lands. And actually, because of the stickiness, the ball actually has the mud stick to it. And there could be gobs of it on your ball. And the rule of thumb that I've always been taught, and I've heard it a couple of times during the telecast, whatever side that mud's on, the ball's going to fly the opposite direction.
I saw James Colgan, who will join us at 10 o'clock. He did a good explainer of all of it, and basically was saying a lot of what you were.
And you know what I compare it to is whenever you hit range balls and you pull out that one that has been run over, mowed over, it's missing 16 dimples and it's flat on one side, and you hit it and it almost goes like a corkscrew, it dips, it dunks, and then it goes straight left. That's the inconsistency of a mud ball. Yeah. And I think when conditions get like this, what happens is, and I think the leaderboard has shown it, it brings the players closer together now. Yeah. Because if you give Scotty Scheffler that ball in hand and he can put all those grooves on it on a nice lie, he is going to show you why he is number one in the world and why the 100th player is 100th in the world.
Right, exactly. Let's hear from Scotty Scheffler when we come back. His frustration with the rules decisions and what his experience was like out there on the golf course playing with these mud balls on Thursday. When the weather was bad, the weather's bad today. We're currently in a delay. They will not be teeing off until 10:40 this morning. All that and more coming up next. The segment brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
What's up? It's Jonathan Hood.
And this is David Kaplan.
We are excited about our team for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Hoodie, we are going to win. I know it. You can take that to the bank.
As long as it's Republic Bank. Yes, Republic Bank. Proud sponsors of Team Cap and J Hood at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Yes, Republic Bank. Ha ha ha.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs. And it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Aki, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan talking PGA Championship with you. You want to join us, 312-332-3776. We'll get to Scotty Scheffler's comments on the ball in hand and the mud balls and all the rules that have to go with that, his frustrations with that. We'll get to that in just a second, but quickly, Paul's in Schaumburg. Morning, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Morning. How are you?
What's going on?
Hey, I love your show. Hey, quick general question. Do you think Quail Hollow was worthy of being a major site?
That's a great question.
Yeah, Paul, it's interesting because that's been a big conversation this week.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I'm with you. I especially when there's so many great golf courses in this country
that we're not seeing.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like even the swap from last week where they put the Truist up at the Philadelphia Cricket Club, and the Truist is the old Wells Fargo, where
Correct.
Quail Hollow is traditionally the host site of. It just kind of put on the map like, wow, look at how many great courses there are in Philadelphia or the surrounding area.
Philly's got more great golf courses than the law should allow. I mean, I'd put Chicago and Philly among the top two major cities that are what I consider sort of north of the Mason-Dixon line. Philly's got some great old golf courses. And I think, what they were able to do is showcase a Philly Cricket Club. Otherwise, we don't get to see that.
Right. And that's part of, I think, why I agree with you. Like, I would have rather not had this thing at Quail. I get it's hosted PGA Championships, President's Cups, all that stuff in the past, but we see it every year.
Right. And I would think the PGA of America would know better to say, look, we want to take our championship. And that was back in the 80s. They were in threat, believe it or not, of losing their stature as one of the fourth majors. And precisely because they went to some venues that were absolutely horrible. Mm-hmm. And they made bad decisions where to take it. So they made a vested interest in the early 90s to go back to the old historic clubs. But in this case, it seems that they've gravitated back to, I think they go back to Charlotte because of the market, not because of the golf course. And if you look at that market, it responded huge. Ticket sales, volunteers, corporate hospitality coming out of their ears. So from a community, but I would believe they've got to find a better golf course in the Charlotte area that would be good for us as golf fans to be exposed to. But when you consider the rest of the country, and especially making a decision to play the event now in May and to go there, I think that there are so many now sites that we can go to because we're now in mid-May that we never could do in August because it was just bloody too hot.
Right.
So I think that there's enough great golf courses in the United States that I think the PGA, much like the U.S. Open, much like the Open in Europe, needs to be contested at some place that I would consider special.
Yeah, like I'm just looking at some of the recent areas that they've had this event. Obviously, Louisville last year, which is more like Charlotte than I think the rest of these towns I'm going to bring up, but like Rochester, New York, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Kiowa. San Francisco's completely different on the other end of the spectrum than Charlotte. You had Bethpage, you had one in Missouri. Like, that's kind of, I almost think the PGA Championship should be Middle America's major, right? Like, we always see, all right, they're going to be out in California for this stretch of the year. They're in Florida for this stretch of the year. And then we're going to bounce around a little bit. But it feels like Middle America kind of gets cut out. And that would be the perfect opportunity to showcase the courses that are in the middle of the region.
Well, and as you read those markets, and a lot of which I actually lived in when I was working for the PGA, and the thing I can tell you about what makes those markets so special is that when I say we, when I was working with them, we became the big fish in the pond.
Yeah.
In Toledo, Ohio, trust me, the PGA Championship's bigger than the Toledo Mud Hens. You know what I'm saying? But in Rochester, New York, again, big fish, small pond. The U.S. Open has the caveat, I believe, to go into some of the largest markets and compete against the Dodgers out in L.A. and the Cubs in Chicago. The PGA of America and the PGA Championship, when it was in August, struggled with that and struggled with ticket sales because August was traditionally the biggest corporate, vacation month of the year. Most of the people are, pretty much getting on with their golf season. They're almost done with it. They're getting ready to focus on football season. So I think the change that the PGA of America made going to May is brilliant, and it should have been that way for a long, long time. But it goes back to your point. I think by making that move, this thing should be in the heart of America at different places. And I'd go even so far, if you really wanted to expand on the Americas, if we ever get this live PGA thing going and we do get a world tour, maybe the PGA of America takes it to, South America. Wow. And that becomes an international event so that we can work into this whole, kumbaya partnership. But in the interim, if we are going to stay as we are, the PGA Tour, I think that the PGA of America should stay at mid-sized markets and stay basically in the heart of America.
I almost say you almost want to make it like find college towns or like college type towns, like Rochester, New York, not a college town per se, but it's got that same feel where if the PGA Championship was coming to your city, it's the biggest show in town.
Yep.
Nothing is competing with the PGA Championship in Rochester, New York, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in South Carolina. And I get it has that same feel in Charlotte, per se, but we see Charlotte every single year. And I get that it's replacing it and it's just swapping it on the calendar, but come on, I'm with you. This thing should be moving around, and we shouldn't be going to the traditional spots that are already along the tour.
And especially now knowing that the USGA has committed sites almost out to 2050 with a couple of open years between now and then, but not much. So I think the PGA of America, based on the lead that the USGA has taken, could be unbelievably strategic in how they go about this for the next decade or two. And I think hopefully this week may show them something because the PGA Championship on several levels just doesn't feel as special as it did last year. Now, last year we had the whole carnival of Scotty and the rest of it. But I can also tell you, being down in Louisville for the third PGA that I've been down there for, the city rolls it out, red carpet. I mean, it is a Super Bowl. It's as big as the Derby, and in certain aspects of that community, it's even bigger. But I do think that the PGA of America does need to continue to take this out of, let's say, 10 years. 8 should be in a private sector with that occasional public course. And I would hint Cog Hill is wide open, Dubs Dread, PGA of America. Just a hint. Chicago would love to have you back. But yeah, I just think that on the occasion, bringing in that great public golf course, but staying at some mid-sized markets is the way to go. And I know Chicago isn't, but I'm just biased.
Yeah. You would love to walk from the office to
that's my dream.
A professional golf tournament, wouldn't you?
That would be great. I could just stay parked right where I parked for my job and just walk on over.
All right, when we come back, we will get to Scotty Scheffler, his frustration with the Thursday conditions and the rules that were in place. All that coming up next. This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Cap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open at IBJI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 OrthoAccess immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality. With over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois, Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the three-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
Golf is on your mind and on the air right now. This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
To you by Tullamore Golf Resort as we are waiting for the PGA Championship to get back underway. They'll tee off about an hour from now as they're in a weather delay at the moment. Your leader, Jonathan Vegas, at 8 under. Now, it is worth noting, we did not mention this when we were initially discussing the leaderboard, but he did double on 18 yesterday. You could have been talking about a guy who would currently be 10 under on the tournament if he had parred it and have a 4-shot lead on the field, but maybe more importantly, a 5-shot lead on Scotty Scheffler and Max Homa. So this could have been real interesting, but all of a sudden I think the interest went the other way because now I think this opened everything up for everyone. It felt like he was running away with this thing for a little bit.
Well, 100%. I mean, he... 40-year-old journeyman, but he's won a few times, and he knows how to win. And most notably, he has won back-to-back years in the Canadian Open, and that's no small little event. So he knows how to do it. He has just been bitten by the injury bug. He's had big-time problem with his elbows, which resulted in some shoulder injuries as well, but he had to have a surgery to remove some bone chips and some other things. And so for a few years, he's been sort of out, and a lot of people just thought, well, that must be the end of Johnny Vegas. Yeah. And little did we know, he is now back. And when you get a healthy Johnny Vegas, and, you know, this guy has a real record. I mean, he went to the University of Texas. That's where Scotty went. Mm-hmm. He's got 6 wins on tour, obviously from Venezuela. But he turned pro in 2008. And as a junior, he won 3 junior events and then qualified as a young teenager for the Houston PGA Tour event. Didn't make the cut. But then when he came back out, he won 2011 on the Bob Hope, and then went back-to-back in 16 and 17 with the Canadian Open wins, and then won last year up in Minnesota at the 3M. So the guy has the ability, and he is naturally talented. And when healthy, he can be a very dangerous man. And I guarantee you, to your point earlier about that double bogey, I'm not so sure he walked off thinking, darn, I could have had a 4-shot lead versus 2. I think he really thought, I would have 5 over Scotty instead of 3.
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
That's big.
The way that it is now, where it's 3 instead of 5, it feels like you've lost at that point. Uh-huh. 5, you feel like you have a chance, especially with 36 holes to play. 3 is nothing for Scotty. He could make that up in 3 holes today.
He could, and I would love to know what Scotty's odds would have been had he made par on 18.
Yeah, and it was a 5-stroke lead.
Yeah, 5-stroke lead. How would that have affected things? Because believe it or not, Scotty is the favorite, but Johnny is not even the second favorite.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of faith in Johnny Vegas over the next 36 holes by the handicappers out in Vegas.
Nope. All right. Scotty Scheffler, speaking of him, as we're in a weather delay for the start of the PGA Championship, 3rd round today. This was the story that was everywhere on Thursday. Course conditions, very soft, a lot of rain. I think I saw, 3 or 4 inches of rain that took over the golf course in the days leading into
It was almost
Thursday.
5. It was 4.83 inches. It was almost 5 inches. That's a ton of rain.
Softened the course up a lot, obviously, but more importantly, the divots that were being taken up by some of these balls in the fairways, all of them would have like a little strip of mud on them. Anything that got hit in the fairway. And in a lot of tournaments, you would think it'd be a lift clean in place. Ball in hand, like you'd be able to get the mud off your ball. The PGA this time around said, no, we're not doing that. You're going to play the ball as it is. And that frustrated a lot of golfers. It probably is a big reason why we've got the leaderboard that we've got right now, where it's not a lot of big names. And one of the things that I think was penalized a lot are big hitters. Like really, when you look at like the big guys off of the tee, the only ones that are really going forward right now and having a lot of success or like in the hunt right now, probably Bryson, right? Like he's probably the one that really sticks out here. But this was Scotty Scheffler talking about the mud balls and what he had to deal with on his Thursday round.
It's frustrating to hit the ball in the middle of the fairway and get mud on it and just have no idea where it's going to go. And, you know, I understand it's part of the game, but there's nothing more frustrating for a player. I mean, you spend your whole life trying to learn how to control a golf ball, and due to a rules decision, all of a sudden you now have absolutely no control over where that golf ball goes. But, you know, I don't make the rules. I just got to deal with the consequences of those rules. And, you know, I did a good job of battling back today and not letting a bad break like that, which cost me a couple shots, kind of get to me. And did a good job battling after that and posting a decent score.
Yeah, so Scotty was 2 under after his opening round, and despite all those frustrations. This was more on the rules decisions and his frustrations with them.
I understand how a golf purist would be like, oh, play it as it lies, but I don't think they understand what it's like literally working your entire life to learn how to hit a golf ball and control it and hit shots and control distance, and all of a sudden, due to a rules decision, that is completely taken away from us just by chance. And in golf, there's enough luck throughout a 72-hole tournament. I don't think that the story should be whether or not the ball's played up or down. I think when I look at golf tournaments, I want the purest, fairest test of golf. And in my opinion, maybe today the ball should have been played up. But like I said, I don't make the rules. I deal with what the rules decisions are.
This to me was like the chippiest Scotty has ever been.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is clearly the most frustrated I feel, even more so than when he got arrested last year.
Yeah, I mean, because I think he feels like he can control a golf ball better than the Louisville police can control him. Yeah. You know what I mean? He is frustrated, and I think you're sensing the frustration where he thought, I think, he could have won that championship last year in Louisville, and it got taken away by the police. And I think this year he feels like, a decision to which the PGA Tour week to week seems like they default to ball in hand. And it's almost created a scenario that us as casual golf fans think that's, they got rain. It should be ball in hand.
Well,
that's just how it is.
How many 59s have we seen over the last, 2 years?
Well, exactly. And that's part of the issue, that obviously you give them that edge. You're going to see the better players become even more better. But I think on a tour event, that's what they want. They want birdies. They want shootouts, because that's their member week after week after week. And I don't think the PGA Tour really wants to get into issues with their own members and their own players. Now, I mention this because we're playing actually an event that the PGA of America is the governing body of, not the PGA Tour. So for those who think that, this was just a regular PGA rules guy making a decision one week, he's just doing it differently than they have all the rest of the weeks. This is a different governing body in the PGA of America, and that's why specifically Kerry Haig is behind this decision, obviously consulting with the rules officials of the PGA of America. But I think the PGA of America looks at the world differently than the PGA Tour. And as such, they don't want their championship to be seen, especially at a venue that hosts a regular tour event, to go, wait a minute, you mean they shot scores lower at a major championship than they do typically when they play the Wells Fargo here? How does that happen? Well, you put the ball in hand, you give them all of this rain. And what's really unique about Quail Hollow is the fact that they have the sub-air systems similar to what Augusta has under their greens. Now, Augusta has them on crosswalks, tees, everywhere else, but they have it just on the green. So what was really bizarre is you had casual water at points where guys were walking and hitting out a slop, but then they'd hit the green and it sounded like it hit the sidewalk. It was hard.
Yeah.
And the greens weren't holding. So it provided for, I think, a very bizarre day of conditions to play under. And for these guys week to week on the PGA Tour, this was a curveball thrown to them. I think if it had been a PGA Tour event, if this was the Wells Fargo, it would have been ball in hand. But I think because it was a major championship, and I don't think the PGA of America wanted to see scores lower than a regular tour event, would be my opinion.
Yep. All right, when we come back, another interesting wrinkle, Rory and his driver. Did you see this story?
Oh, yeah.
And does it change how you think about his Masters as well? All that and more coming up next. This segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe? Crosstown rivals battle in Wrigleyville. White Sox and Cubs. Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly at 10:40 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the number one course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Hey, Chicago golfers, experience pure golfing enjoyment at Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend Golf Course offers playing conditions and the amenities of a traditional private club, but is open to the public and just 45 minutes from downtown. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Segment brought to you by Geneva National. Talking PGA Championship. This came across yesterday. Rory McIlroy had to switch drivers before the PGA Championship after the USGA's random testing pulled his driver and said this is non-conforming. So he had to play with a backup driver this first couple of days. out at Quail Hollow. And I don't know, how do you feel? Do you think that this really played a factor in some of his struggles, specifically on Thursday?
I kind of think it did. I think anytime a guy at that caliber has to go with the backup driver, even though it has the same head, it technically has the same brand shaft. Now, is the flex point exactly where the same one is? So it plays, I think, more issues with the 6 inches between your ears when you're standing over it, knowing, I don't have Old Reliable in my hands, but I have the next best thing, but it's still not Old Reliable. Yeah. And so also to make mention what this all means, it's not that Rory was cheating. Rory was using a driver, and every now and then, they do it at each event, and they just randomly pull various clubs, different
it's like
players.
Drug testing
it's
in
like
sports.
It's no different. And so what happens, much like with baseball bats, softball bats, the metal, or in this case, the titanium faces on these drivers, over time, after repeated poundings, they start to become more flexible, more trampoline-like. So there is a COR, coefficient of restitution measurement, that the USGA has garnered, that if you transferred 100% of the energy from your club to the golf ball, that would be illegal. That would be too much. The golf ball would be flying far, 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 far too far. In its infinite wisdom, they put 0.83, so it's about 83% of the energy is the max that they'll allow to go to a golf ball. That gets controlled by the amount of trampoline effect that it has. So basically what happened is Rory wore the face of his driver down, that it was making too much of that trampoline effect. And for those who can remember the old Callaway ERC driver when it came out, it was so illegal. The wall was so thin. Some of the guys were hitting 400-yard bombs, and this was back in the mid-'90s, and they had immediately put a stop to it. And so, that is the game that the manufacturers will play. David Glod from Tour Edge, he pushes the limit just like anybody else. That's why their clubs are among the longest on anywhere. And so, it's all about playing with the face of that. And some of these companies like the Titleists, the TaylorMades, the Callaways, they've also designed the ball to work specifically with the club. So if you're hitting a TaylorMade driver with a Titleist golf ball, try hitting a TaylorMade ball with that TaylorMade driver, and I think you'll see a difference. And the same holds true with Titleist.
Yeah. By the way, Rory only hit 4 of his 14 fairways during that opening round. That en route to a 74.
I think it was weighing on his mind a little bit.
And then 6 of 14 the next day.
And, it's funny. I mean, think about yourself, folks. I mean, you're at home, you've got this new driver, or you broke your driver and you got to pull out an old one from before. You used to hit it well. You can hit it well, but it's just not the same. And it's real easy to do. Yep. It's real easy to do. It doesn't take a whole lot. Just a little bit off at impact will yield big-time yards, 300-plus yards down the fairway.
All right, James Colgan from Golf.com joins us live from Quail Hollow coming up in 2 minutes. This segment brought to you by Geneva National.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve, right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by Cocktail Golf and Country Club, a pure golf experience. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Don't forget, we're going to be heading to stream only at 10:40. You can find us on YouTube and Twitch. Find us on ESPN Chicago's channel on both platforms. And let's head down now to Quail Hollow, where we find golf.com's James Colgan. He joins us on the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. Good morning, James. I hope you're staying dry down there in beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina, my friend.
Hey, James.
Hey, good morning, Tyler and Mike. I cannot claim to have stayed dry this morning. But if I've made one smart decision this week, it was packing a rain jacket. That seems like something you should bring to every golf tournament, but it is not exactly a strength of mine, so I'm feeling good about that at least.
That's a wise choice by you. Let's get into the rain and the conditions and everything that's gone on with some of the player complaints as well. You did a great video discussing the mud balls, and we've talked about it a lot today. Scotty Scheffler obviously frustrated with it, but can you just kind of give us the feel of the tournament and what went into the decision making to not allow the players to go ball in hand?
Absolutely, yeah. So I arrived here in Charlotte on Tuesday morning, and by that point in the week, there had already been a few inches of rainfall on the golf course. And then as I arrived to the golf course, the heavens opened and it rained basically the entire day on Tuesday as well. And so by the time the golfers actually made it out onto the course on Wednesday, things had taken like a real turn as far as course conditions were concerned. It was literally sopping wet on the golf course. You could not walk down a fairway without puddles forming under your feet. Like, it was as wet as I have seen a golf course in my entire career. And so there was a lot of sort of general feeling and sentiment among the players that the PGA of America would make the decision to play preferred lies, where when players hit their shots, if the ball is embedded or if there's mud on the ball, they can lift the ball, clean it, and then place it. I was talking to one player on Wednesday, and he said if the PGA of America had not made that decision on Wednesday, he would have had to take relief from standing water on 18 tee shots on 18 holes. That was what he said to me. And so when we arose on Thursday morning, there was a statement from the PGA of America basically saying, not so fast. We are not engaging in any of this behavior. We will not be playing preferred lies. This is a major championship. This is not something we do. In fact, it's something that's only been done at the majors once before, and that was at the 2017 PGA. And so that leads us to Thursday and Friday, in which golfers were showing up on a golf course that was still drying out from some serious rain, and playing the course and finding that their golf balls were embedding in the fairways, that they were collecting mud throughout their shots. And if you know golfers and you know their obsession with precision, you know that did not sit particularly well with them. A lot of them feel that mud balls are sort of an unfair piece of golf because when there's mud on a golf ball, it affects the physics of the shot and forces the ball to do things it otherwise might not do for the quality and the caliber of the swing that the player, swung into the ball with. And so as we wind up here on Thursday and Friday, we've had a lot of angry golfers about the set of the fields here. We've had a few guys who have been complaining that, it's this is the way that golf should be, and it's time for all these other guys to stop whining. But we've also heard plenty of guys, including Scotty Scheffler, say, this really isn't a fair test of golf. It's really a matter of preference. I personally tend to lean on the side of chaos, so I don't really mind the PGA of America's decision, but it certainly has colored in the lines here of the first few days at this PGA Championship.
Well, James, you mentioned, and that was one of my questions, was Scotty's sentiment all the way through all the rest of the players as well, and we just really heard mainly from Scotty himself? Because it is strange that, they're going to have to play with mud on the ball. I compare it a lot to like Major League Baseball. The ball touches the dirt and they take that thing out of play. But yet we're going to allow these players to try to play their best with all kinds of, earth all over their ball and a loss of control. But do you think that's why the leaderboard turned out the way it did on Thursday evening?
Yeah, well, Mike, it's funny you say that. As I was getting ready to come on here, I was thinking, this leaderboard could perhaps best be described as, the Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman, and Joe Tooney leaderboard for a major championship. We've got, it's not the sexiest leaderboard we've ever had at a major, but, Lord willing, they're getting the job done. But, yeah, I do think that actually is the biggest story of this week so far at Quail Hollow is, this decision, right, wrong, or otherwise, I think has really affected the golf tournament in a serious way. You saw Scotty Scheffler had a mud ball that wound up in the water on 16 on Thursday, and he said, that's a 2-shot swing in a major championship on something that was completely out of his control. And so I certainly understand his frustration when it comes to that. And I think when golf fans are looking at the leaderboard this weekend and they're wondering, what happened to some of these big names? Sure, we did not have some players, maybe perform to the best of their abilities. We have a driver issue with Rory McIlroy that we're still sort of trying to figure out the details on. But I think the real big thing here is that the conditions have really affected the way the guys have scored. And that is being felt in the names that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard.
James Colgan with us, and dropping a Bears interior offensive lineman reference there as well. This guy's spending a little too much time with Josh Schrock these days. Look at you. Anyway, getting into everything else with the field right now, you're very tapped into the ratings, the TV side of things with these major championships in particular. Any sort of fear from the networks about, look at this leaderboard, we don't love this heading into the weekend, coming off of the Masters, which drew crazy numbers?
Yeah, I think there was a general sentiment among people who work in the golf TV business that we were maybe flying a little bit close to the sun after we started the major championship season with quite literally the story of the decade in professional golf. So I think a lot of people were feeling like, we might be due for a rebound off of this. I think the way that things are going to shape out here on the weekend, I think we'll actually wind up being fine. I think we're going to get Scotty Scheffler at or near the lead come the end of the day today. And frankly, I would be borderline stunned if he doesn't just fully run away with it. And I think that would make for compelling TV come Sunday afternoon anyway. And I think, it would reset some of the concerns that are being felt. But yeah, I would definitely say there is a little bit of concern right now among the people in the TV world, because they know as well as everyone else knows, when the leaderboard is great at a major, like when we were talking on Saturday at the Masters, 4 weeks ago, however long ago that was, I remember saying, this is the best leaderboard I've seen at a major in a really long time. Yeah. I think you could say pretty much the opposite for what we're looking at right now. And that the people who are responsible for the business of golf are certainly paying attention to that too. The PGA of America, which puts on this major, is certainly thinking about that. This is their moneymaker for the year. So they're certainly hoping that things work out a little bit better come the weekend here. And I think we're in good shape to get at least a rebound to maybe what a normal PGA viewership would look like.
Speaking of the weather, today, once we do get going, they are looking at 14 to 18 mile an hour winds with gusts up to 28 miles an hour. How much rain have they gotten, and are they still going to play it down? And what do you think these conditions are going to do to this leaderboard?
Well, Mike, I was just thinking to myself, the PGA of America has the chance to do the funniest thing ever after we got a little bit of rain this morning.
That's what I'm getting at.
Just play it up after all of this. I mean, that would be pretty good. But I think they're going to commit to this. I mean, we did get some more rain this morning. I was woken up by a thunderstorm rolling through here in Charlotte. So we certainly have had no shortage of it. I think the wind, I think what we're going to see here, and this is probably not the sort of thing that a golf fan would be hoping for, but I think with the split tees and with the weather forecast that we have, I think what we're likely to see is that there will be a lot less leaderboard movement than we would maybe expect for Saturday at a major, particularly at a host like Quail Hollow, which is fairly standard PGA Tour layout and has plenty of birdieable holes for good players. I just don't think we're going to see the kind of movement because I think it's going to be a lot harder to post a really low number for the guys who are going out. And normally those guys have the benefit of, oh, well, you know, I'll have the 8 a.m. tee time and the leaders will have the 12:30 p.m. tee time. The reality for this week is not really, or the reality for today rather, is not really like that. You know, we because of the thunderstorms, we had the tee times were all pushed back. Everybody's going off in threes off the first hole and the 10th tee box. And so as a result, everybody's going to be playing the same golf course at roughly the same time. And with the conditions expected to be pretty tough with the wind and especially with more mud, I just struggle to see someone shooting a 63 and kind of coming out of nowhere to find themselves near or at the lead come this evening.
James Colgan, golf.com, with us live from Quail Hollow, site of the PGA Championship. So if you're not expecting a lot of movement today, that obviously puts a damper on some of these guys sitting outside the top 10 to potentially win this thing. If I was to take Scotty out of the field and just say among the guys inside the top 5, who do you feel best about winning, whether it's Johnny Vegas, Matthew Pavone, Matt Fitzpatrick, Siwoo Kim, Max Homa, among those 5 guys, who do you feel best if it's not Scotty?
Interestingly, I think the answer might actually be Max Homa. And if you've been paying close attention to golf over the last few months, you know that Max has been lost in the wilderness on a swing rebuild. I mean, he has seen some of the darkest times in his pro career, and he's had some pretty low lows throughout his playing career. He's been really struggling with the swing fix, and you know, frankly, I mean, he said it yesterday during his press conference. He showed up at the Masters a few weeks ago thinking he would never be back in Augusta again. So that goes to show you kind of where he was at mentally. I think in the last few weeks, he has sort of found a version of his swing that feels really comfortable for him. And the result, as we saw yesterday, is that his ball speed and his club head speed were up by like 5 miles per hour each, which would be like if a pitcher on the Cubs was throwing a 92 or 93 mile an hour fastball and then came out and started throwing 100 in the matter of one start. It's kind of a crazy shift. And, you know, as a result, like what we've seen from Max is a version of his game that looks much similar to the player who was a top 10 player in the world not that long ago and who really gave a run at the Masters in 2024. He loves this golf course. He won his first PGA Tour event at this course a couple of years ago. At the time, it was the Wells Fargo Championship. He's played really well here historically, and just seeing the way that he was swinging the club yesterday, the speed he was swinging the club with, it wouldn't shock me if he posted a couple really low numbers this weekend. And you know, I think Max is one of those guys who. It would be a great story if he won a major championship. I think the question is more about like if his game is quite ready for that moment and for the pressure-packed shots that come. I mean, usually you don't see guys undergo a major swing overhaul and then immediately win a major. And the reason for that is pretty simple. Like, it's really hard to hit shots coming down the stretch of a major championship when you're in the lead with a normal swing, let alone with the swing you've had for just a couple weeks and you're still trying to work out the feels on. And so I think that is my sort of doubt with Max when it comes to this weekend. But I think if it's not going to be Scotty Scheffler and it's got to be one of those guys in the top 5, I would like Max Homa's chances come Sunday evening.
You know, it's interesting you say that about Max because he's on record for quoting, I would not suggest changing your coach, your swing, and your equipment all at the same time. But I did. So that's
He's a funny guy.
Yeah, I know. But but truthfully, he's a guy I want to watch just for the reasons you said. Can this swing, this where he's at, hold up now under the duress and stress of the next 36 holes? But if I painted a picture for you, let's say Max gets into this thing, Scotty gets into it, Bryson and Rahm. Who's the fans going to support down there? Because let's say Rory's out of it. Is it going to be a Scotty crowd, a Max crowd, or a Bryson crowd?
Man, it's a great question. I actually spent a chunk of yesterday reporting a very similar story about this. I think it's funny, like Bryson and Max are probably two of the most kind of open-minded, vulnerable stars in pro golf. And Max was talking after his round yesterday, and you know, I asked him, like, do you like the openness? Do you do well in that environment? And he basically said, no. I don't think it helps me at all that I'm willing to kind of be that way. But I think the outcome of his sort of relatability is the fact that the people who are watching on TV, the people who are attending these tournaments, they adore Max Homa. They adore Bryson DeChambeau. Scotty, I think, is a player who is unbelievably well respected, but I don't know if he's beloved in the same way that Bryson and Max seem to be by the crowds. But if I was guessing based on those three guys, if you told me all three of those dudes would be kind of hanging around the lead come Sunday afternoon, my guess is that the majority of the crowd would be for Bryson. I mean, it's pretty incredible to see the turnaround that his career has had in the public eye. I was at the Memorial Tournament in 2021 when that beef with Brooks Koepka really exploded. And I remember how really vitriolic it got between Bryson and the rest of the crowd, and the way that they just seemed to be egging him on, and he was just not capable of kind of avoiding the worst instincts of kind of the mob mentality. And now to see him today, it's frankly unbelievable that's the same guy. He is absolutely adored. And I think if we are talking about like truly transcendent stars in golf right now, I would argue the number is actually only two players. And I think it's Rory and I think it's Bryson. Scotty is by far the best player of that group. But I just don't know that he's reached that level of fame that the other two have. When you see those two guys at a major and you see them around the lead, people do things that they don't do at any other golf tournament in any other environment. They are acting crazily. They're doing wild stuff. And that is something that I think really is kind of the line of demarcation as far as stardom is concerned in modern golf.
Who would have thought? A guy who used to be so triggered by a come on Brooksy.
I know.
And all of a sudden, this is who he is now. He's one of the most beloved guys on the tour. James, thanks so much for taking the time with us. Enjoy the rest of the PGA Championship down at Quail Hollow. And next time we're expecting a Bears linebacker comparison when you're giving us golf analysis, all right?
I'll be sending my roster thoughts along your guys' way. Thanks again for the time. Love chatting with you guys as always.
Thanks, James.
James, you're the best. Appreciate the time and enjoy the rest of the tournament. James Colgan on the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. All right. Coming up next, we need some callers to participate in a little game. So line them up right now, 312-332-3776. We'll take the first 8 callers, and we will put you in, and you have a chance to win one of these CDGA ESPN Chicago hats. We've got a bunch of different colors. You can see it now on our stream right now, ESPN Chicago on YouTube and Twitch. So line them up, 312-332-3776. Got a game coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's the Good Kid.
And this is Carmen.
We're your captains for Team Blue Chew at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
No guarantees our team will be the champs.
But with Blue Chew behind us, we'll make it to the finish with power to spare.
See you all June 11th at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's OrthoAccess Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries with no appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, OrthoAccess provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for OrthoAccess locations and hours.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Players Club passes for weekday discounted play. Full memberships are still available for the committed player as well. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
By Tour Edge. Still time to get in on our game, all right? We're going to do a little something that we did. We like to do this whenever the leaderboards are weird and not a lot of known quantities out there, it's fun to bat this around.
Yeah.
We're going to play PGA Championship leaderboard or CDGA Fantasy Golf leaderboard. You have to guess, is this person a CDGA member currently performing well in our CDGA Fantasy Golf series that we're a part of, which, by the way, Team ESPN 1000 currently in 12th.
Wow.
Out of over 3,000 people. So,
and that's all you're going, Sylvie, from what I hear.
And then, so yeah, you still got a couple spots to get in. 312-332-3776 if you want to participate. We've got a bunch of these CDGA and ESPN Chicago Imperial dual-branded hats to give away. So if you are correct, you will walk away with one of these hats. So 312-332-3776. All right, let's kick things off with Megan in Oak Park. Megan, are you ready?
Hi, I'm ready.
All right, Megan.
You got the game. You understand what you're guessing here?
Sure, why not?
All right, we'll start with Tom McKibben. Tom McKibben, is he a PGA Championship cut maker, or is he performing well in the CDGA Fantasy Golf?
I'm going to go with CDGA.
Unfortunately, he is a golfer. Sorry,
Go with your
Megan.
gut.
Better luck next time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Megan. Sean in Mokina. Sean, you're next.
Hit me.
Your name, Tom Healy. Tom Healy.
Tom Healy is PGA.
He is a CDGA member. Sorry, Sean. Better luck next time.
Swing and a miss.
All right. We still need one on the board.
Yep.
Jeff in Oak Brook. Jeff, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Kurt Strebel.
Oh, Kurt Strebel. He's a PGA guy.
He is a CDGA member. We are 0 for 3. Sorry, Jeff. Mike brought in all these hats today. We probably have a dozen hats here. We haven't given a single one away yet. 312-332-3776 if you want to try to give this thing a run. All right. Craig in Palos Hills. You ready, Craig?
I'll go with pressure, yes.
All right. Sam Stevens.
Sam Stevens. Let's go CDGA.
That's a golfer. I'm sorry, Craig. Sam Stevens currently tied for 7th right now. Better luck next time. All right.
Thanks, Craig.
UPS Woody. UPS Woody. Are you ready to be the first one to break through? We've had 5 guesses already, and we're 0 for 5.
Let's do it.
Elvis Smiley. Elvis Smiley.
I'm going to go with CDGA.
Oh, no. We're 0 for 6. He's a golfer currently
62nd.
at 6, tied in a 62nd right now. 312-332-3776. We got to give away some hats, Mike.
I know.
All right. Next up, Kevin in Lockport.
Come on, Kevin.
Break the seal, my man. You ready?
Porters.
I'm trying.
Ryan Gerard.
Oh, my God. He was a leader the other day. PGA guy.
There you go. All right, Kevin.
All right, we had to
hang on
give
the
somebody
line.
a
We
bunny.
finally got
Get
one on
his
the board.
address.
All right. We've got one in. We're going to have to pull some more names from both sides here. All right. Let's go to Chris in Schaumburg. Chris, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ryan Fox. Ryan
PGA.
Fox. PGA. There we go. 2 on the board. Congrats, Chris. All right. We got you a hat. All right. Kurt in Naperville. Kurt, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Dennis Reed.
Dennis Reed would be CDGA.
That's
correct. Congrats.
He is a past president, as a matter of fact, and doing well, actually, in the event. He's 47th.
All right, we're heating up right now.
Now we've given
3
away
in a
3.
row.
Now we got it.
3 in a row. Ken's on the south side. Ken, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, we've got, we're searching for names. All right, Ben Griffin. Ben Griffin.
I think he's my neighbor, so I'm going to go CDGA.
Oh, you snapped the streak, unfortunately. He's tied for 17th at the PGA Championship.
Thanks.
Sorry, Ken. All right, we'll try 3 more here, all right? Let's go to Jeff in Hinsdale. Jeff, are you ready?
I'm ready. I need a hat for this dome. I need a haircut. Give me a hat. Let's go.
Mike, you got the name there? What do you got?
Stephen Harry.
Stephen Harry. Speaking of hair, he is a golfer.
Oh, no. He's a CDGA member. Sorry, Jeff.
Damn it. I'm going to Bo Rick.
There you go.
So close. All right. Next up, let's go to Mike's in West Chicago. Mike, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Rich Keating.
That's a CDGA.
You got it.
There we go.
You got it.
All
All right.
Mike, congrats. All right. Got us back on the board there. All right. Couple more to get to. Let's go to Mickey in Lake Forest. You ready, Mickey?
Yes.
All right. We're going to give you Matt Wallace. Matt Wallace.
I think it's PGA. Yeah, PGA.
PGA it is. Congrats,
he got
Mickey.
a good helper in the background.
Yeah,
I like it,
a
though.
little assist.
That's
all
all
right,
right.
Mickey. Hang on the line. We'll get all your info, all right? Congrats. All right. Last one here, all right? This one, it's been a rough showing so far today. I thought this would be a little bit easier. I knew it would be difficult, but I still thought it would be a little bit easier. All right. Jim Wheaton, you are our last contestant. Are you ready?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Chun on you.
Let's go CDGA.
No.
Oh, it's a golfer.
That's a golfer. He's in 62nd. He's tied with Elvis Smiley.
Awesome.
Sorry, Jim. All right.
All right.
All right, so we gave away 5.
Yes.
It was a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be, but still, I mean, it just kind of shows you what the leaderboard's been.
Yeah. No, that just goes to show you. Luckily, we didn't play professional bowlers because I think that would have been harder. But
we could have taken, like you said earlier, we could have taken the Barracuda, leaderboard
Open
from a couple of weeks ago as well. All right. When we come back, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on. Everyone's going to tee off about 10 minutes from now, so we're finally looking like we're about to get ready to go in Quail Hollow in just a moment. So all that and more. And don't forget, we're moving to stream only starting at 10:40. So all that coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Tour Edge.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend.
What?
We're here to say there's still a chance.
Chris and I will be at Jameson's Pub on Francis Road in Frankfurt.
Join us today from 1 to 3.
We'll be qualifying fans for a chance to win a twosome on Team Bleck and Abdallah for the sold-out Classic.
And at the end, we will pick one to win that twosome.
And it's all brought to you by Yingling.
See you this afternoon from 1 to 3 at Jameson's in Frankfurt.
And please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. One of Golf Week's most recognized golf courses, it is ready for your private club experience. Enjoy Bowes Creek at bowescreekcc.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses smart follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Segment brought to you by Republic Bank. Don't forget, we are hitting stream only in about a minute, so you can catch us on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN 1000 Chicago. You can also find us on Twitch, twitch.tv, ESPN 1000 Chicago. So find us there. That's where we'll be. We're going to give out our final winners, winning scores, some other little notes and nuggets surrounding Quail Hollow as they're set to tee off a little less than 5 minutes from now. And on top of that, we will go around the CDGA. So all of that and more coming up in just a couple of minutes on stream only, YouTube and Twitch. This segment's been brought to you by Republic Bank.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses Smart Follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com. You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs. And it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
CDGA Golf Show here on ESPN Chicago. This segment brought to you by French Lick Resort. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you, talking all things golf as we are underway in round 3. We're watching this on TV right now. You would have never thought there was a weather delay.
I know.
It is clear skies. It is beautiful green fairways and grass.
There must have just been... something must have just come in and passed and gotten out because it looks gorgeous.
Impeccable out there.
It looks really good.
Yeah.
But they're on their way. Yeah. Joaquin just ripped it and Hatton just ripped it. So we're going to get this party started, and ideally we'll get this all in today so that we have the fourth round, the fourth day all to ourselves to get this thing in, whether there is a playoff or not. But yeah, this is going to be a great day for golf on TV for sure.
You know, something that struck me interesting as I looked at the leaderboard was who was playing, like who got to their top 5 heading into Saturday off of consistency versus catching a heater. And I looked at it, and it's like Matt Fitzpatrick consistent, 68-68. Scotty consistent, 69-68. Johnny Vegas, 64-70.
Right.
Matthew Pavone, 71-65. Siwoo Kim, 72-64. Max Homa, 73-64. Like, are we sleeping on Matt Fitzpatrick a little bit in this event? Because he's been one of these guys. He's won a major before. He's only has 2 career wins on the PGA Tour, one of them being that U.S. Open from a couple of years ago. But are we kind of sleeping on Matt Fitzpatrick, or have we just kind of lost sight of him since that U.S. Open championship?
I think it's a combination of both. I think Matt has struggled, but I think he has got the game. And when asked, how is your game these days or over the last few months, what's happened? And he's just said it's rubbish. And that's a good way to describe it. The English term for garbage, hot rubbish. But he's finding it again, and he's a guy who knows how to compete in the biggest of majors, the biggest of stages. But yeah, he hit a period last year and into this year where he's been a little irrelevant. And I would even go so far as to say he wasn't a big fixture in that TGL either. He was on a team, but really didn't make much noise on any week that I can ever really remember. So he's just been sort of humming along, trying to get by, but now all of a sudden, to your point, playing some pretty consistent golf. And like you, I tend to look at the guys that put more consistency together. To me, their game is right where they want it to be. These big sways between bad rounds and good rounds, are we just another 73 away, or is it a 64 today? But yeah, I tend to look at the guys that breed the consistency, and that is some of the guys you just mentioned, Scotty, Matt Fitzpatrick. Those are 2 guys that I would expect to see, in the top 5 on Sunday for sure.
You know that Eric Ciotti was waving his Wildcat pom-poms when he saw Matt Fitzpatrick, and Luke Donald also was atop this leaderboard for a little bit as well.
Yeah, number 871 in the world. I saw Eric yesterday and said, I'm waiting for Luke to give all the credit to having you as a collegiate teammate is the reason why he's playing so well. But big, nice event thus far for a couple of former Wildcat golfers, for sure.
Yeah. All right, so Scotty Scheffler, currently the favorite right now, plus 210. Does it feel like this is his tournament to lose the way that it's set up right now, given the leaderboard, course conditions, and just past performances that we've seen through days 1 and 2?
Yes. He is the odds-on favorite. He's the guy that you just know he's going to have a say in this thing come Sunday afternoon. Now, whether he wins it or not, he is the guy that I think is the favorite for sure. Now, who would I like to see win? I wouldn't mind seeing Johnny Vegas pull this out. I think it would be kind of fun, and I think the PGA Championship every now and then gets that flyer. They get that Rich Beam, the Y.E. Yang. And I think that the conditions and what happened this week, it's time that we get one of those. And I think Johnny Vegas would be a heck of a story. But a 40-year-old coming back from injury, I'd like to see it happen. But otherwise, my heart tells me, or my brain, I should say, tells me Scotty's going to be the guy.
Yeah, I think Scotty, Johnny Vegas would be a cool story. If it's not him and it's not Scotty, I'd love to see Max win, man.
Oh,
I would love to see Max win.
Yes, I do too. But I think it's wishful thinking right now. I think he is on his way to coming back. I don't think he's back yet, and I think that's what today and tomorrow is going going to expose.
But if he can be a top 5
it would be tremendous
huge for his confidence.
It would be tremendous for the rest of the year, 100%, because, this could be the major crossroads. If he can come out of this thing feeling good and knowing that, hey, life and golf is starting to get fun again, because I listened in an interview, it was very telling. Max wasn't having fun, and these guys, if they're not having fun, they're not interested. And if they're not interested, they're not going to play well. But Max was asked, when did it start to feel good again? When did it start to feel fun, like when he arrived to Charlotte? And he said, well, honestly, it started feeling fun a few weeks ago when I'd go to the range. And I now know when I stepped up onto the 10th hole here for his first tee shot that it was going to be a good tee shot. He hasn't had those thoughts before, or lately, I should say. And so for him to get in a spot mentally in a good, healthy place like this with that kind of confidence, I think that's the confidence Max had last year.
Yeah, and it was something that it's crazy. I mean, you're talking about a guy who 2 years ago made the Ryder Cup on points, and all of a sudden he fell outside the top 60 in the world in the official world golf rankings, and now he's hopefully creeping his way back up. Right now, his FedEx Cup points, he's projected to jump 50 spots if it were to just stay where it is right now. 50 spots. And it's funny looking at the leaderboard, too, seeing Johnny Vegas, he'd go up 47 spots. Matthew Pavone would go up 95 spots. Matt Fitzpatrick even would go up 68 spots. And then you've got Homa there who would jump 50 spots, but it's a pretty significant 50 spots given where his game started this year and where it's at right now. Homa has a chance now to maybe find his way back onto the Ryder Cup team if he keeps playing the way he is pretty much from the Masters on. If that's the Max Homa that we get the rest of the year, he's probably on that team.
You got to pick him because of what he did for you the last time he was on your team. So I think Max has a lot of great characteristics as an intangible just to have on the team in the locker room. Even if he couldn't make the team, if I was Keegan Bradley, I'd put him on as an assistant captain just to have him around to help some of the other guys just with nerves, with experience. But I'm hoping that Max does have a nice event and basically starts from here on out rescuing the rest of 2025 and turning it into a very positive year. Because right now, I think he'd be the first to tell you he wasn't having fun, but he's now starting to feel it. And it's funny, even the world's greatest players, as we sometimes struggle with our own games, so do they.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Charlie and I were looking at the Ryder Cup rankings and where it kind of sits right now. Not a very inspiring group for the Americans.
Not yet.
Not yet. But you got Scotty, Xander, Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Bryson DeChambeau. Then it goes Russell Henley, Andrew Novak, Maverick McNeely, Brian Harmon, Patrick Cantlay, who's not playing good golf.
No.
J.J. Spawn, Harris English.
Yeah. And it's funny. Ed from Warrenville last week texted in, you're not talking about Russell Henley. And there was a good reason why, because Russell is on the outside looking in. But no, another good player. But yes, the team, I think, is really, I think our standings are going to change quite a bit over the next few months, because I think it is now time, if you're going to make a run or get on a heater, you got to get going now. Otherwise, you're going to literally run out of time. And I think Max Homa has such a great chance to either make it still on points, but I think if he can just demonstrate the Max Homa is back, God, if I'm Keegan Bradley, I got to take him.
Yeah.
I have to.
All right, Mike, what is going on around the CDGA?
Well, we got a lot of things going on around the CDGA, but, we've also had some pretty wacky stuff happen in golf over the last couple of days. And one of the things was Siwoo Kim. Now, this comes from the wild and zany sides of golf and why golf is so amazing. Siwoo Kim yesterday made a hole-in-one at the PGA Championship on the 6th hole. It was playing 262 as it lists on the signage, but it was playing actually 252. He made a hole-in-one. It is now recorded as the longest hole-in-one ever made in major championship history. He broke his own record. He made a hole-in-one last year at the Open at 2024 of 238 yards. So Siwoo Kim is buying a lot of cocktails last night, and he was very happy to do so. CDGA members, there are many, many opportunities out there to save some money to go see some of our member partner clubs. But if you are not a CDGA member, there is no better time than to join than today to take advantage of many of the benefits that I'll go through here in a second. But you get a USGA index. You get opportunity to play in any of our championships, social competitions. We have a member perks program to which we'll have this next month 30 different opportunities to save money and have some great buys, whether it's on the golf course, at the golf store. We have play days. In fact, we've got a couple coming up in June at Strawberry Creek and at Flossmoor. And then we send you a half a dozen printed magazines and 4 digitally, and then you get a member newsletter every Monday by the title of My Monday Scorecard. All of that for $50. Now you're going to say, how do I get my $50 back? Well, listen to this. Sunset Valley, if you go up there Monday to Thursday this week, after 2, you can get a golf cart, twosome green fees for $120. Now, here's a cool deal. If you're looking for somewhere to drive but not too far and you want one heck of a deal and to spend a day just with buddies and get away from it all, head on down to the Den. It's an Arnold Palmer design. It's where they play the IHSA state finals. And say hello to Jason Wingate, the head pro down there. But Monday to Thursday, get this, $55 a player. You get a cart, golf balls, and a practice bucket of balls.
Wow.
Then, after you play the 18, you got to have one of their signature sandwiches at the turn. But then to play another 18 that afternoon, $20.
Wow.
So, for $75, you can play 36 holes and have a great time and spend a whole day just outside of Bloomington and driving down to Bloomington and back, not a problem whatsoever. Highlands of Elgin this week, Monday to Wednesday. If you go before noon, individual cart and fee, $65. And then tomorrow, I'm heading to Fox Bend to see Lou Ramadani and the crew out there. It's $90 Monday to Wednesday for a twosome with cart. And I'm looking forward to going out there because that is now the home of the Chicago Adaptive Open. And we are looking forward to that event in June. But a lot of great savings out there. But join if you haven't and get involved with the next fantasy, which will be the U.S. Open.
Yep. Cannot wait for all of that. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Charlie Bevins for producing today.
Charlie.
This segment brought to you by French Lick Resort. We will talk to you next week.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka to Western suburban favorites